Electricity passing through the tube causes the neon plasma to glow a pale yellow. Astronomers say a shock wave from a supernova is able to initiate many frequencies of light due to the heat of compressed gas. But since more than 90% of the light from planetary nebulae is in the frequency range of ionized oxygen, then they should be thought of as oxygen discharge tubes and not as clouds of gas. Astronomers have infected physics with the hot gas theory, causing a 50-year failed experiment with nuclear fusion. Squeezing hot gas into a volume small enough for fusion to take place has not worked, and we predict that it never will work. The theory of star formation through fusion reactions is untenable, so utilizing the theories of plasma behavior might be a more productive path. Stephen Smith. I don't know if you're up with the latest with the Sapphire project, but if you want to watch their latest video on YouTube, the model they have is putting out 1,100 times more power than it takes in. They have recreated the electric sun in the lab. Not a word about it. It should be science changing. I wonder, have you noticed a rash of these live cosmology streams that are going on by the mainstream, and they'll have like 1,200 people watching them? I wonder to myself sometimes, how can they have that much content? And then I remember, well, they show the same thing over and over again, and they really don't have any content. So people walk away with the same thing they came in with. Nothing but entertainment, pretty pictures. Other than that, it does no good. I hear it's called ad nauseum, a persuasion tactic, or brainwashing. Is the nearest alien planet, Proxima b, habitable? It's complicated. The surface of the potentially Earth-like exoplanet Proxima b, as imagined by an artist. Oh, we got a little video here. Well, let's give it a watch. It comes out.
Just 4.22 light years away, barely wading distance into the cosmic ocean, the star closest to our sun, a dim red dwarf named Proxima Centauri, turns out to have at least one possibly Earth-like planet. Astronomers are calling this world Proxima b. At 1 1/3 times more massive than the Earth, it rides in the star's so-called habitable zone, where liquid water can exist, along with ice and with X-rays 400 times stronger than what we receive from our sun. The scientists also don't know if the planet has any moons. Our large single moon seems to have played an important role in the evolution of life here. On the other hand, red dwarf stars can live hundreds of times longer than sun-like stars, so there may be plenty of time for biology to develop, adapt, and prosper. The detection was made by scientists of the Pale Red Dot campaign, using 2 especially sensitive instruments attached to the mountaintop telescopes of the European Southern Observatory at La Silla, Chile in South America. A web of other observatories around the world has confirmed their findings. This discovery is the result of looking very closely at the wobbles of that star for 16 years. Data had hinted at such a planet for much of that time, but unambiguous proof came only in early 2016, along with teasing clues to a possible second planet at least 5 times further out in the system. Proxima b does not transit across the face of its parent star along the line of sight to Earth, which is how most of the exoplanets have been found so far. Sadly, that means researchers have one less method to see what sort of atmosphere Proxima b may have, but they may be able to sense the planet's glow with a future generation of detectors. How long is a day on Proxima b? Astronomers are not yet sure. Like many exoplanets lying close into their stars, Proxima b may be in tidal lock with its star, as the Moon is with our Earth, so the planet's day and its year may be the same, in which case its surface temperature variations might look something like this. Or it may rotate 3 times for each 2 revolutions around its star, like planet Mercury does as it moves around our sun. That would make for a much more even climate, which might be better for living organisms. Even though the red dwarf Proxima is much smaller than our sun, it would look quite a bit larger in the skies of planet Proxima b because it's much closer to that world. Will eyes from Earth ever voyage there to see for themselves the red sunrise and any alien creatures that may be present? It's not out of the question. This red dwarf and its planets are part of the 3-star family named Alpha Centauri. If engineers can get a lightweight probe up to a significant fraction of the speed of light, the journey to this fascinating system might only take a few decades. A few spacecraft have already proven they can survive for such periods. And now, this new era of interstellar exploration may have just identified its first target. For Space.com, I'm David Sky Brody.
Speculation that a robotic probe may visit the world in the coming decade. But Earth size is a very different thing than Earth-like, even though the newfound planet known as Proxima b appears to orbit in its star's habitable zone, the range of distances where water could exist in liquid form. Nobody knows if it's actually capable of supporting life. I'm sure they know a lot more than they're letting. Rory Barnes, a professor of astronomy at the University of Washington, stressed this point in an essay posted on palered.org, the website dedicated to the Discovery team's search for a planet around Proxima Centauri. Proxima b, the closest Earth-like planet Discovery in picture. Scientists know only a few things about Proxima b for sure, Barnes wrote. Its distance from Proxima Centauri, its orbital period, and its minute around its star, 11.2 days. This orbit might be roughly circular, or it could be very elliptic. Nobody knows yet. Proxima Centauri b is at least as massive as Earth, but it
Comrade, here is something that might be of interest to you.
NASA to explore Saturn's moon Titan for signs of life. Dragonfly drone in 2026. Apparently this drone's going to fly around in Titan's atmosphere. NASA announces Dragonfly drone mission to Titan. The dual quadcopter drone will make dozens of flights across Saturn's largest moon, studying its chemistry and looking for signs of past and present life. Hopefully it won't get shot down. Dragonfly, with its 8 rotors, will explore Saturn's moon's Titan by flight, first for an off-world mission. Today, NASA announced the next mission in their New Frontiers program to explore the solar system. Dragonfly, a drone lander, will explore Saturn's largest moon, Titan.
Dragonfly Wolf 10. Colorful names.
NASA announced the next mission in their New Frontiers program to explore the solar system. Dragonfly. A drone leader will explore Saturn's largest moon, Titan. Titan is the only solar system moon with an extensive atmosphere and standing bodies of liquid on its surface. The moon is also filled with organic materials and is thought to be similar to what early Earth might have looked like before life formed, but with many of the same ingredients. Despite being a distant moon, it often ranks as one of the most Earth-like worlds in the solar system. Dragonfly, which will launch in 2026 and land on Titan in 2034. Let's see, I don't think about it. Is being managed by Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. It will be able to make multiple autonomous flights, up to a few dozen, powered by its rotors across Titan's surface. Then it'll just be trashed. In total, it will spend about 2.5 years exploring Titan's geology and chemistry. This includes flying over 100 miles and searching for the possibility of life in the past or even in the present day. They can make this little flight copter last for 2.5 years on Titan, but they can't make a car battery that goes over 45 miles an hour and lasts longer than 12 hours. I don't know. Go figure. The spacecraft, Dragonfly, weighs nearly 1,000 pounds and is roughly the size of a dune buggy. A 1,000-pound vehicle flying around in its atmosphere. Well, I think that the atmosphere is a lot thicker there. Let's read. Thanks to the thick cover of Titan's atmosphere, well, there you go, and its distance from the sun, Dragonfly can't rely on solar power and will instead carry multiple mission radioisotope thermoelectric generators. That sounds like something from Felix the Cat's magic bag of tricks, like the one the Curiosity rover uses on Mars. Dragonfly will carry multiple cameras to take pictures on its journey, both from a distance and up close when it lands, to get a zoomed-in image of material it studies. It also carries a mass spectrometer, allowing it to analyze in detail the materials it encounters across Titan's surface and determine their chemical makeup. It can perform meteorological studies as it cruises Titan's atmosphere and seismic studies to examine Titan's underground. The drone will first land in Titan's sand dunes near the equatorial region. It has no wheels, but it can make short hops of only a few feet if it spies something interesting nearby. But it's also designed to fly up to 8 or 9 miles at a time. 1,000 pounds. Pretty impressive. Traveling long distances to explore many different areas of Titan. Its eventual goal is Selk Crater. Researchers are especially interested in this impact crater because of the combination of past liquid water, organic materials, and energy. These are seen as the 3 crucial ingredients for life. Kurt Niebuhr, the leading program scientist for NASA's New Frontiers program, explained during the press conference event that this makes Selk Crater an excellent proxy for ancient Earth and what it might have looked like before life arose. We can't go back in time, Niebuhr said, but we can go to Titan. The destination. When the Huygens probe landed on Titan in 2005, researchers had no idea what to expect. Huygens revealed a complex world covered in lakes of methane and ethane, filled with sandy dunes of organic materials, and with a complete methane cycle, analogous to Earth's water cycle. Meanwhile, the Cassini spacecraft kept watch from its orbit around Saturn for more than a decade, eventually learning to map Titan's surface in great detail. It was able to reveal Titan's lakes and seas growing and shrinking with the seasons. These rich details had scientists hungering for a dedicated Titan mission, which Dragonfly will now fulfill. Let's see. Dragonfly's full mission will last almost 2 years because of Titan's slow movements. A full day on Titan lasts roughly 16 Earth days. Wow. That's the way it should be. 1 day lasts 16. That's more like it. Dragonfly will spend its 8 days flying, communicating, and performing science tasks, and its 8-day nights recharging its batteries, with no station there. Impressive. It will perform most of its science from the ground, where it can directly access samples of Titan's surface and run them through its on-site laboratory. Dragonfly is part of NASA's New Frontiers program, which is responsible for the New Horizons mission to Pluto, the Juno mission currently studying Jupiter, and OSIRIS-REx, what an interesting name, which is orbiting the asteroid Bennu and planning to return samples back to Earth. Researchers will have to wait more than a decade to see any results from Dragonfly, but Titan's complex world is surely worth the wait. Alright, that's interesting. And they will also be searching for life, but we won't know about that. Titan's scoopy skies drizzling complex hydrocarbons onto the moon's surface, potentially providing the building blocks of life.
Wouldn't that be nice, to have everything we need to survive or to sustain us drizzle from the
sky? The moon Titan was discovered in 1655 by Dutch astronomer Christian Huygens. Titan was the first known moon of Saturn and the 6th known moon at that time in the solar system, after Earth's moon and the Galilean moons, the big 4. It is also known as a frozen, flammable world with hundreds of times more hydrocarbons than all the reserves on planet Earth combined. Light takes an hour to get there. Nevertheless, NASA astronomers speculate that cellular life could exist there. But enter the thunderbolts, and they say, not so fast. No, not so fast, Mr. Smarty Pants. The Great Titan Desert. July 1st, 2019. Quite current. Titan is not wet. On October 15th, 1997, NASA launched the 6-ton Cassini-Huygens spacecraft, the largest space mission ever deployed at the time. Its name was changed twice during the mission. The Cassini Equinox mission was a 2-year extension that began on July 1st, 2008, following the completion of its prime mission from July 1st, 2004 to June 30th, 2008. It was then changed to the Cassini Solstice mission, named for the summer solstice on Saturn that took place May of 2017. Cassini burned up in Saturn's atmosphere on Friday, September 16th, 2017. Cassini's mission uncovered many problems. Methane gas escapes from Titan's atmosphere, where sunlight changes it back into carbon and hydrogen. Titan is supposed to be billions of years old. So how has its methane atmosphere survived? It should have evaporated eons ago. Astrophysicists resolve that issue by imagining large lakes of liquid methane on the surface. That idea suffered a blow when Huygens' lander touched down on a rocky plain. No methane rain was detected, and no methane puddles were seen. Instead, a vast, dry expanse covered with sand dunes and dry river channels was seen. Huygens used a probe attached to its bottom with a pressure sensor programmed with a variety of materials. The mission team reported that the lander felt something moist, but the data also indicated dry sand. Methane drifted around the probe, but quickly dissipated, presumably because of the lander's heat. According to a recent press release, planetary scientists analyzing Cassini's data archive found more anomalies. Titan, they speculate, has a weather cycle like Earth, except it involves methane instead of water. Evaporation clouds, rain, rivers, lakes, and seas are said to exist on Titan, despite its temperature of minus 220 Celsius. How those catchments were formed is a puzzle, since they do not fit well with computer models. Images transmitted from Titan's surface revealed a rocky landscape with the consistency of sand. A field of small pebbles extended from the horizon. Spectrographic analysis established that the rocks are made of water ice. It is easy to understand how ice can appear to be like rock when it is at a temperature of minus 220 Celsius. Huygens did not find any liquids of any kind. The press announcement stated that they saw small lakes from orbit that evaporated over time. However, what they did not see was those lakes refilling during Cassini's mission. The Cassini Equinox orbiter detected an infrared reflection from an area known as Kraken Mare, Monster Ocean, that covers more than 400,000 square kilometers in Titan's north polar region. Is Kraken Mare really a lake larger than Earth's Lake Superior? As noted in a previous picture of the day, the lakes on Titan are similar to the Maria or Maria of our own moon. Every brachiated channel on Titan is dry. They all have dark, flat floors, with no evidence of flowing liquids. Coupled with the observation that Titan's Kraken Mare resembles Mare Serenitatis more than it does Lake Superior. The same rails are present on Titan as on the moon. Electric Universe advocate Wal Thornhill observed that images from Cassini are typical of arc machining of the surface. I would compare them directly to the scallop scarring on Jupiter's moon Io, and the flat melted floor depressions that result. Such floors would be expected to give a dark radar return. The fact that lakes are also close by the vast dune fields in the polar regions suggests an electrical origin sometime in the past. It is in the southern and northern latitudes of Titan that they are found. Since electrical activity carved the surface of other rocky bodies, why would it come as a surprise to find that it has also been at work on Titan? It is a distinct probability that the infrared light seen by Cassini was a reflection from hardened glass-like surfaces. Once again, Stephen Smith, the busy beaver.
When the sperm of the male is received by that little egg. As I will show you, English is the best language in the world for understanding this science, because the English language comes from the oops, what am I doing? I better concentrate. Anglican. British is also not an English word, it's a Jewish word, Hebrew word. Covenant of the people. So Anglican, British, everybody appropriated all of this science, and Egypt was the mother of it. Not the inventor, they were the mother of it that passed it on to the Greeks and the Romans. And the English now have the language that resembles it the most. Down the middle, good number. 4 comes along, whoops, 2 and 2. So, as Pythagoras said, the world is made by numbers. All is number. All is number. God makes things by numbers. All the philosophers, all the schools have ever said that. Numbers. And these are the numbers. Unity, division, the two forces, good and evil. Adam and Eve, Adam and evil.
The Libyans in Egypt. The period of Libyan domination in Egypt, the 22nd dynasty, is said by Manetho to have lasted for 120 years. But the accepted chronology, wrote Sir Alan Gardner, finds himself compelled to legislate for fully 2 centuries. What is the basis for beginning the time of the Libyan dynasty of Egypt, that of Shoshenks and Asorkans? Asarkans, as early as 945 BC, or even earlier, and for stretching the period for over 200 years. The end of the period is well established, because, circa 712 BC, the Libyan rule was supplanted by the Ethiopian domination, and the latter stands firmly fixed in time in relation to biblical and Assyrian sources. The beginning of the Libyan dynasty was dated to 945 BC because a synchronical link was claimed to exist between the Bible references to Pharaoh Shishak. Okay, there's Shishak and Shoshenk. I gotta get them 2 straight. Who conquered Palestine in the 5th year after Solomon. Hejkeperi of the Libyan dynasty. The placing of Shoshenk Hejkeperi in the second half of the 10th century did not follow from the Egyptian material, but from the supposed synchronism of Rehoboam, who followed Solomon on the throne in Jerusalem. At Shoshenk Hejkeperi, Hedge-Kaperi in Ages and Chaos. I have pointed out this alleged synchronism is not supported by the available evidence, and I was able to show that the conqueror of Jerusalem and sacker of its temple was not a Libyan king, but Thutmose III of the 18th dynasty. In the chapter entitled The Temple in Jerusalem, I compare Thutmose's depiction of the booty taken by him with the biblical description of the vessels and furnishings of Solomon's temple, to arrive at a positive identification of the sacker of Jerusalem's temple. Now to bring Shoshenq Hedjpekari to the head of the Libyan dynasty is unnecessary. Actually, he will be shown to belong to the end of the period of Libyan domination in Egypt, and to be the pharaoh of the scriptures. During the greater part of the 8th century, when the Libyan dynasty of Asoracans and Shoshenqs ruled over Egypt, the kings of this country vied with the kings of Assyria for influence in Palestine and Phoenicia. Elibal, king of the Phoenician port city of Byblos, I wonder if the Bible come from there, had an Egyptian artist carve a statue of Asoracon I and cut an inscription on its chest. Statue of Elibal, king of Gebel, Byblos made, since the conventional chronology made Asoracon a contemporary of Asa, who ruled over Israel in the early 9th century, before the present era. Elibal needed also to be placed in the 9th century, nearly 100 years too early, according to the conclusions reached in his work. Ababal, another king of Byblos, ordered a statue of Shoshenq Hedjpekari, that's a toughie, Hedjpekari, to be carved and inscribed in his name. For this reason, Abibal was placed in the 10th century as a contemporary of that king. Placing Elibal and Abibal in the 10th and the early 9th centuries, respectively, created problems for epigraphists concerned with the history of the Hebrew script. The inscriptions on the sculptures are in Hebrew characters, and were the subject of much discussion in connection with the development of the Hebrew epigraphists. The epigraphists, who must take directives from the archaeologists, tried to reconcile the dates derived from these inscriptions with the characters on the stele of Mesha, the king of Moab, who in the middle of the 9th century revolted against Ahab, king of Israel, and with the ivories from Samaria belonging to the same period, and were rather puzzled. The inscriptions of Elibal and Abibal were written in a script that appears to bear closest resemblance to the 8th century Ostraka from Samaria. Yet the conventional historians have them precede the stele of Mesha. Evidently, the order of the Libyan kings on the throne of Egypt is not properly put together, and Elibal and Abibal belong to the 8th century, just as do Ozarkan I and Shoshenq Hedjpekari, their contemporaries in Egypt. Actually, at least 220 years must be allotted to the 22nd dynasty on the conventional timescale. The year 712 BC and its implications for Egyptian history, Journal of the American Research Center in Egypt, 1973, for criticism of the monumental evidence traditionally used to assign long reigns to some Libyan kings. The first authors showed that because of a faulty reading by Flinders Petrie of the year formula on a stela of Sargon I, this king had been wrongly credited with a 36-year reign. In fact, it is unlikely that he reigned beyond the 15 years recorded by Manetho. The highest date mentioned on his documents is 12 years. In a note, Jacques Gordon contended that the reign of Sargon, the first successor on the throne, Takelot I, Tekelot I, I bet he did take a lot, needs to be similarly reduced for a stela on the basis of which a 23-year reign has been meted out to him does not in fact belong to him at all. She suggested that Tekelot only reigned the 7 years which are attested on his genuine monuments. The attribution of the stela was definitely clarified by Kamenos in an article published 2 years later, removing an error which has particularly affected the King's List and discussions of the Libyan period in Egypt. As a result of the two adjustments, the Libyan period becomes shorter by a total of 35 years. This did not, however, produce a lowering of the absolute date for the beginning of the dynasty, which is still held to be firmly tied to the supposed synchronism between Shoshenq, Hechpekari, and Rehoboam. But the shortening of the individual reigns within the dynasty is putting the entire scheme under increased strain. Did Thutmose III despoil the temple in Jerusalem? From now on, unless it's got a lot of writing like this on it, I'll probably just show the page. The commenter suggested that, and I like that. But if there's a lot of writing on it, it'll ferret out more information. Sennacherib, the year 701 BC. The empire Sennacherib, son of Sargon, inherited was enormous. The god Ashur has entrusted in me an unrivaled kingship. From the upper sea of the setting sun to the lower sea of the rising sun, all mankind he has brought in submission at my feet. And mighty kings feared my warfare, leaving their abodes and fleeing. On climbing the throne, Sennacherib embarked on a series of campaigns aimed at expanding it further still. He wrote of his marching troops, with the dust of their feet they covered the wide heavens, like a mighty storm with masses of dense clouds. And he boasted, the tents of the steppe I turned into a mass of flames. I swept like a hurricane. I besieged, I captured, I destroyed, I devastated. I burned with fire. 2 campaigns against his enemies in the north, and still early in his reign, Sennacherib led his forces towards Syria and Palestine. The Assyrian army swept along the coast. It attacked Sidon and Luli. Its king fled into the sea and perished. Sennacherib appointed a new king and received tribute from him. Arvid and Ashad and Ashdod, Ammon and Edom, Ammon and Edom brought him gifts and kissed his feet. Sennacherib encircled Beth Dagon, Jaffa, and Beni Brak, and conquered them. The people of Ekron became afraid and called upon the Egyptian king, the bowmen, chariots, and horses of King Meluka, Ethiopia, a boundless host, and these came to their aid. The Assyrian army met them. Altika, a small town on Palestine's Mediterranean coast. In the plain of Al-Tad Shuyu, their battle lines were drawn up against me, and they sharpened their weapons. Sennacherib fought with them and brought about their defeat. The Egyptian charioteers and princes, together with the charioteers of Ethiopian king, charioteers, Sorry, charioteers. My hands took alive in the midst with the charioteers of the Ethiopian king. My hands took alive in the midst of battle. The Egyptian-Ethiopian army was defeated at the walls of Altika. Neighboring Ekron was stormed and its inhabitants killed. Their corpses hung on poles around the town. Lovely. As to Hezekiah the Judean, Hazachi El-Ua where you die, did not submit to my yoke. Sennacherib besieged the strong cities of Judah and the walled forts and countless small villages in their vicinity, and took them by assault, sending the surviving population into exile. 200,150 people, young and old, male and female. Then he turned against the capital. I made Hezekiah a prisoner in Jerusalem, his royal residence, like a bird in a cage. Nevertheless, Jerusalem held out, and Sennacherib withdrew, though not before exacting a heavy ransom. Hezekiah himself, whom the terror-inspiring philander of my lordship had overwhelmed, did send me later to Nineveh, my lordly city, together with 30 talents of gold, 800 talents of silver, precious stones, couches inlaid with ivory elephant hides, and all kinds of valuable treasures, his own daughters, concubines, male and female musicians, in order to deliver the tribute and to do obeisance as a slave. He sent his personal messenger. Having agreed to the ransom, Jerusalem was not entered by the Assyrian army. The corresponding biblical record in the second book of Kings, 18:14, differs only in the quantity of silver in the ransom. It too mentions 30 talents of gold, but only 300 talents of silver. Besides this record, on a clay prison, Assyrian bas-reliefs show the siege of Lachish in southern Palestine, on the way from Jerusalem to Egypt. From the biblical narrative, 2 Kings 18:14, we know that Sennacherib was at Lachish, pressing the siege, when he received Hezekiah's submission. Lachish must have fallen not long afterwards. The reliefs depict the fall of the city and a procession of its inhabitants being taken away to Assyria, some on donkeys, some on foot, carrying their meager possessions. Did Sennacherib press further south toward Egypt? In the extant inscription, Sennacherib did not mention a specific campaign in Egypt and Ethiopia. Since early times, the question has occupied the historians. Did Sennacherib subdue Egypt, or did he not? Herodotus wrote that Sennacherib came against the land of Egypt with a great host and encamped at Pelusium, near its northeastern frontier. Berosus, who wrote a history of Chaldea, said that Sennacherib conducted an expedition against all Asia and Egypt. Jewish tradition tells of the conquest of Egypt by Sennacherib and of his march towards Ethiopia. Sennacherib was forced to stop his campaign against Hezekiah for a short time, as he had to move hurriedly against Ethiopia. Having conquered this pearl of all countries, he returned to Judea. It appears that after the battle of Helika in southern Palestine, he was victorious over the Ethiopian-Egyptian army, and having broken the resistance of Hezekiah and reduced the fortified city of Lachish on the approaches of Egypt, Sennacherib crossed the border of Egypt proper, and at Pelusium received a declaration of submission. The end of Samaria. When Samaria chose to give her allegiance to Egypt, Isaiah regarded it as a political mistake. Woe to the rebellious children that walk to go down into Egypt to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. For his princes were at Zoan, Tanis, and his ambassadors came to Hanes. 30, 1, 2, and 4.
Zoan Tanis.
Because of the tribute Shoshank received from Hoshea, king of Samaria, the 10 tribes of Israel were doomed to lose their homeland.
Shalmaneser.
Shalmaneser V besieged Samaria, but Shoshank did not send any military expedition to relieve the siege of Samaria by the Assyrians. There is no mention of it in the books of Kings or Chronicles, nor the extant Egyptian documents. Isaiah warned, "Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion." By shadow of Egypt, I assume he means that Egypt was at this time a shadow of its former self. For the Egyptians shall help in vain, and to no purpose. Their strength is to sit still. 33 and 7. It was more than confusion. It was an end of national existence for the northern kingdom, or of Israel, the 10 tribes. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all land, and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. 2 Kings 17:5. For 3 long years Samaria withstood the siege. Nothing is known of what took place among the besieged, besides that they defended their capital, the last unconquered city. No word of any prophet among the besieged survived, as did the words of Jeremiah from the besieged Jerusalem less than 140 years later. This is how Sargon II described the conquest of Samaria. At the beginning of my royal rule, I, the town of Samaritans, I besieged, conquered, for the God who let me achieve this my triumph. I led away as prisoners 27,290 inhabitants of it, and equipped from among them soldiers to man 50 chariots of my royal corps. In earlier Assyrian conquests by Tiglath-Pileser III and Shalmaneser V, Shalmaneser V, the people of the land had already been carried into exile. Those removed by Sargon were the last of Israel, if we do not count those few who still in time went over to Judea. Hoshea was among those deported. The account of the 2nd book of Kings is, in the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Assyria, took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Hala, and in harbor by the river Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. Sargon, referring to another of his campaigns against Babylon, wrote, "I bespattered his people with the venom of death." Of his campaign against Elam he wrote, "Into all their cities I cast gloom, and turned all their provinces into desert mountains." He did likewise to Israel and to Israel's land. Nice guy. The king of Assyria brought throngs of settlers from Babylon, Cutha, Hamath, Ava, and Sepharvim, and placed them in the city of Samaria. The town I rebuilt better than it was before, and settled therein peoples from countries of which I myself had conquered. Reign of Sargon II, 723 BC to 702 BC, the conqueror of Samaria and the Israelite tribes fell in the midst of a period of great natural upheavals. These upheavals, which marked the century between 776 BC and 687 BC, I showed in Worlds in Collision Part 2, Mars, to have been caused by perturbations in the celestial sphere, a battleground dominated in the sight of man on Earth by the planet Mars. The Earth was endangered at nearly regular intervals during this century by repeated near approaches of this planet. Pestilence also broke out in many places, and references in the cuneiform literature ascribe the case of it to Nergal, Mars. Earthquakes, overflooding, changes of climate, attested by Clemensturz, and the abandonment of lake dwellings in Central Europe, did not spare a single land. Calendars were repeatedly thrown out of order and refounded, and the reader will find abundant material in the second part of Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. I need to get that. Where no human testimony, but only the testimony of nature was presented, and my material could be multiplied by any dedicated researcher. These changes moved entire nations to migrations in the hope that beyond the horizon fertile lands not damaged by unchained forces of nature awaited the conquerors. It seems that in one of the earliest waves of the 8th century migrations, the Phrygians moved from Thrace over to Hellespont into Asia Minor. The tradition is that the first king in their new domicile was Gordias, and the story of his selecting the site for his capital, Gordian, is a well-known legend. Soon he came into conflict with the Assyrians, of course, who opposed the penetration of newcomers into Central Asia Minor, and Sargon II moved westward to stop the penetration of the Phrygians, by now ruled by Gordias, son of Midas. In the decades that followed, the Scythians descended from the steppes of Russia and moved along the Caspian Sea, the Caspian coast. Caspian coast. The Scythians, at that time, worshipped Mars and a sword as his sign, for a while leaving their ancient worship of Saturn in abeyance. They were called Umanmanda, or people of Saturn. In the Akkadian, the so-called Hittite literary text, the Scythians in their migration displaced the nomadic Cimmerians, pushing them towards the south and west. The Assyrian defenses withstood the Cimmerian onslaught, but at a heavy cost, which included the death of Sargon in the battle in 702 BC. The conquest of Akkad. With Samaria's fall, the last stronghold of opposition to Assyria was extirpated. Not only did Egypt lose all of its remaining influence in Asia, its last Libyan rulers were themselves compelled to submit to Assyrian overlordship. By Sargon's 7th year, Pharaoh, the king of Masrub, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is listed among those sending tribute to Assyria. Later in the same year, a certain Yemeni seized power in Akkad, an independent principality next to Judah on the coast, trying to organize an anti-Assyrian league and enroll the help of Egypt. He, as Sargon recounts in his annals, sent bribes to Pharaoh, king Masrub, a potentate incapable to save himself, and asked him to be an ally. The rebellious prince tried also to involve Judah. Iowa, you die in the conspiracy. But Hezekiah, probably at Isaiah's urging, refused to risk the nation's fate on so doubtful a venture. Informed of Yemeni's revolt, Sargon gathered chosen troops and sent them against the rebel. In a sudden rage, I marched quickly against Akkad, his royal residence, without Egyptian help. The outcome was not long in doubt. The Assyrian king looted the rebellious city, along with other towns on the Palestine coast. Yemeni fled into the territory of Masrub. Egypt belongs now to Ethiopia. The rebel king of Akkad, however, did not find a safe haven with the Ethiopian king. The king of Ethiopia, who lives in a distant country and in an approachable region, whose fathers never, from remote days until now, had sent messengers to inquire after the health of my royal forefathers. He did hear, even that far away, of the might of Ashur. I assure you. Nebo and Marduk. There's a trio. The awe-inspiring glamour of my kingship blinded him, and terror overcame him. The Ethiopian king, anxious to conciliate powerful king of the north, extradited the rebel Yemeni. He threw him in fetters, shackles, and iron bands, and they brought him to Assyria. A long journey. No mention is made of Pharaoh, king of Masrub, whose aid Yemeni had sought only a few months earlier, and it must be assumed that he had been disposed by the king of Ethiopia. This episode marks the first appearance of the Ethiopians in the Assyrian annals. The same events are described by Isaiah, a contemporary. The short 20th chapter of Isaiah opens with the verse, "In the year that Tartan came to Akkad, when Sargon, the king of Assyria, sent him and fought against Akkad and took it." Isaiah continued and warned, "So shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptian prisoners, and the Ethiopians captives young and old. naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia, their expectation, and of Egypt, their glory. It is not spelled out whom the prophet had in mind by saying they. Israel had already been exiled in Sargon's first year. Isaiah apparently had in mind a party in Judea which saw rays of hope in the recent replacement of the Libyan masters of Egypt by an Ethiopian overlordship. Displaying a sense of statesmanship, Isaiah, in the matter of a dervish, walked unclothed and barefoot to emphasize the significance and possible consequences of an erroneous orientation. The quoted first verse of the 20th chapter of Isaiah contains the only mention of Sargon in the scriptures. Tartan, sent by Sargon to fight against Ashad, is not a private name. It is a high military and administrative title. We have already read of the circumstances of the fall of Ashad in the cuneiform inscriptions of Sargon. The Assyrian word Turtan refers to a high military or administrative official, second in rank only to the king. Besides Turtanu, also Tartanu is attested. When they're talking about the deluge, the cataclysm, or the end of the world, or doomsday, it is important to cite David Talbot's work to get a glimpse what all of these people were facing. And he's talking about the last cataclysm, or the deluge, when Mars approached the Earth. So I wanted to pay a little homage to Mr. David Talbot. I hope that he's doing well and wish him the very best, and wanted to say thank you. It enriched all of our lives. Here is a snippet of my favorite film, and if you get a chance, go check it out.
It is the golden age,
excellent.
The age of the great planetary conjunction. In the beginning there was the universal monarch, the firmly seated God, the motionless sun. A God remembered as the great sphere of heaven, when the heaven was close to the earth. The universal monarch possessed a luminous eye, heart, and soul, the mother goddess, Venus, daughter and spouse of the universal monarch. Within the womb of the goddess resided the unborn hero, Mars, heart of the heart, pupil of the eye. The goddess was the great star, radiating its comet-like hair in all directions, the celestial prototype of the beautiful princess. She was the glory of heaven, the animating flame giving life to the ancient sun god. Her place was squarely in the center of the sun. This produced the great wheel of the sun, with the goddess as the nave and the hero as the axle. As the configuration evolved, the comet-like streams gathered into 3 rays, remembered as the triform or threefold goddess. Later, this same comet-like material presented 4 streamers or rays, giving the wheel its 4 spokes, 4 luminous winds, 4 life-bearing streams, 4 flaming arrows launched into the 4 directions, and the 4 pillars of heaven. Day and night arrived with the coming of a great crescent on Saturn, this crescent enclosing the central star of Venus. He grew a beard. His tongue protruded. He took the form of a dagger or peg.
I wonder where I got the idea for my logo.
The hero consorted with the goddess, re-entering the goddess womb as the impregnating seed, then emerging again in a new incarnation, as both the goddess and the hero broke away from their original axial positions. The reborn Mars wore a spiraling sidelock, which was the goddess herself now taking on her serpentine aspect. Hero and goddess engaged in a spiraling dance about the cosmic center. The serpent tail wrapped itself around Venus to produce a band presenting the form of a great eye, so that in its re-entry, Mars became the pupil or the red apple of the eye. Saturn's golden age was interrupted by catastrophe, when the enclosure of the gods was sealed shut. The descent of the hero in his dark aspect brought overwhelming clouds and darkness. This was the underworld journey, the archetypal ordeal of the hero, and for the earth, a deluge of fire and water. The Golden Age gave way to the cosmic night, when the hordes of chaos were set loose and the doomsday dragon moved about in the sky, a monster created by the twisting forms of Venus and Mars. It was then that the terrible goddess appeared with wildly disheveled hair, lamenting the death of the universal monarch. In the events that follow, the hero will subdue the dragon or pacify the raging goddess. The universal monarch's own son, Jupiter, will be installed in the center of the sky. But the universal monarch has departed, and with his death comes the end of the Golden Age.
All that remain are fragments of a collective memory, and hidden deep in the human psyche, a sense of something irrevocably lost, and yet eternally yearned for, a paradise when heaven and earth were one. The death of this paradise was the birth of myth.
That's impossible.
Chapter 1, Celestial Mechanics. Einstein, when discussing an experimental test of his general theory of relativity, was once asked what he would do if the experiment didn't agree with the theory. He was unperturbed at the prospect. So much the worse for experiments. The theory is right. P.C. Davies, The Mind of God, 1992. This statement by Einstein, in a sense, explains the dilemma Velikovsky and his proponents have faced from the beginning. The physicists, astronomers, and mathematicians have argued that there is no evidence to bring Newtonian, Einsteinian celestial mechanics into question. How can Velikovsky be right when the most perfect of sciences, celestial mechanics, completely corroborated, correlated, and congruent with the motions of celestial bodies and with most perfect of sciences, mathematics, that absolutely proves him in error? The reason I maintain that Velikovsky can be and is correct is that celestial mechanics is not corroborated, correlated, and congruent with motions of celestial bodies. In fact, application of the most perfect of sciences, mathematics, shows that the laws of physics presented by Newton and Einstein fail to prove or explain these motions. To the contrary, the application of Newton's laws and Einstein's curved space to mathematically prove what they claim to prove does no such thing. Let me begin. 1. Bernard Cohen has written, Immanuel Velikovsky attempted to revolutionize physical science with a radical set of ideas concerning the way the solar system came into its present state. Needless to say, Velikovsky's ideas contradict basic laws of dynamics and gravity. Velikovsky proposed that electrical and magnetic forces overwhelmed the action of gravity on the close encounter of planets. Though widely disseminated in the public press, Velikovsky's ideas were not accepted by the scientific community. Robert Jastrow. Nothing could be more exciting than to witness a revolution of scientific thought in our own lifetime. Unfortunately, he concluded, the evidence does not support this possibility. Therefore, let us examine these laws that Cohen claimed refuted Velikovsky's hypothesis to see if they truly are all that is claimed for them. Tidal theory, gravity, and mathematics. We have explained the phenomena of the heavens and our sea by the power of gravity. It is enough that gravity does really exist and act according to the laws we have explained, and abundantly serves to account for the motions of the celestial bodies and of our sea tides. Isaac Newton, Principia, Book 3. The understanding of the tides has been a problem for science from the very early times, as described by Dominic Reeve, Andrew John Chadwick, and Christopher A. Fleming. Tides have been studied from the earliest times. Indeed, it is documented that Aristotle spent the final part of his life on the island of Euboea, where he studied the tidal flows. It has been suggested that his failure to explain tidal variations drove him to hurl himself into the ocean, where he drowned. Galileo also had a theory of tides to prove that the earth rotated, and the tides were a clear indication of this motion. J. Glenn Ford maintains that Galileo's tidal theory, as an empirical attempt to explain the facts, worked much better than Newton's wholly theoretical treatment of the problem. He goes on to suggest Galileo's tidal history has normally been treated by historians of science as nothing more than a hasty attempt to supply an answer to one of the demands of the anti-Copernicans, who wished for proof of the Earth's motion. However, when looked at from the point of an empirical oceanographer, it turns out to be a sophisticated theory which explains to a high degree of accuracy the complex tidal movements of the Adriatic Sea, from where it is known Galileo obtained his data. His theory of the Adriatic tides was, in this respect, of far greater explanatory value than the later Newtonian theory, although less theoretically satisfying. What the bleep does theoretically satisfying mean? Well, we don't care about the truth, it just sounds pretty, so let's keep it. Hence, this theory was an attempt by a scientist in a true Baconian spirit to make the theory fit the facts. Set in the scientific context of the time, it was a credible attempt to solve a problem which is still causing difficulties today. Nevertheless, Newton's analytical description of the tide has been accepted as correct by most modern scientists, as it is presented in textbooks and books of astronomy and gravity. Ford, above, just told that the problem of applying gravitational theory to explain tides is still causing difficulties today. Harlow Shapley was unaware that these difficulties were actually contradictions to Newtonian tidal theory. In a letter to Horace Callan, Dean of the Graduate Facility of the New School for Social Research, May 27, 1950, chided Velikovsky for not understanding these long-established laws of gravity that explain the tides. Writes, Dr. Velikovsky's claim that there have been changes in the structure of the solar system during historical times has implications which apparently he has not thought through. Perhaps he was unable to convey to me in our brief conversation, if in historical times there have been these changes in the structure of the solar system, in spite of the fact that our celestial mechanics has been for scores of years, able to specify without question the positions and motions of the planetary system for many millennia fore and aft, then the laws of Newton are false. The laws of mechanics which worked to operate the tides are fallacious, but they have been tested completely and thoroughly. In other words, if Velikovsky is right, the rest of us are crazy. And seriously, that may be the case. It is, however, improbable. The point regarding tides as proposed and explained by Newton and all who attempted to make gravitational theory correlate with tidal motions has failed. But Shapley, and nearly all those who repeat Shapley's claim, are simply not mindful of that basic fact. Newton himself was unable to make his theory congruent with the actual behavior of tides, and was forced to repeatedly cull the data to force it to appear to fit gravitational theory. In this respect, Hans C. Ohanian explains, careful examination of Newton's writings have revealed that some of the errors in the Principia were a deliberate and dishonest attempt to mislead. It's another case of a guy playing smart. In the Principia, Newton proposed that the exact quantitative agreement between theory and observation was the ultimate criterion of scientific truth. As he said in the preface, he that works with less accuracy is an imperfect mechanic, and if any could work with perfect accuracy, he would be the most perfect machine of all. And to convince his audience he would be the most perfect machine, he proceeded to fabricate the required agreement between the theory and observation, by fair means or foul. Newton faked some theoretical calculations, and he engaged in flagrant cherry-picking of observational data. There it is. Discarding those data that did not quite fit his calculations. Richard Westphal, one of Newton's most incisive biographers, called this nothing short of deliberate fraud, and he labeled Newton a master of the fudge factor. Examples of fakery are found in Newton's theoretical calculations of the precession of the equinox, the magnitude of the force of gravity acting on the moon, the heights of the tides. In all of these cases, he has a good qualitative understanding of the underlying physics, but inadequate mathematical tools and or inadequate observational data for an adequate quantitative analysis. Velikovsky, Stargazers and Grave Diggers. These instances of fraud by Newton are somewhat reminiscent of that Galileo perpetrated with his theory of tides. But whereas we might give Galileo the benefit of the doubt and charity regarding his mistaken theory of tides as an isolated case of self-delusion, no such excuse will serve for Newton. His acts of fraud occurred repeatedly, much too often to admit of self-delusion as a plausible explanation. In the perpetration of fraud, Newton was a recidivist, deserving of no charity. Besides, we have documentary evidence from letters between Newton and Roger Coates, the editor of the second edition of the Principia, that they engaged in collusion to mend the numbers. Coates would propose some fraudulent adjustment of observational data to make that Scholium appear
I'm still messed up.
Scholium appear to best advantage as to the numbers, and Newton would do Coates one better by contriving some fudge factor that suited the occasion. As will be shown, Newton's laws do not now, nor ever could, mathematically explain ocean tides. It is only by assuming that a Newtonian explanation works that Shapley's arguments for tides has been presented by many of Velikovsky's critics. The fact of the matter is that Velikovsky did answer Shapley directly on this point. Oceanic tides, according to Shapley, follow precisely Newton's formula, was proof that Velikovsky could not be right. How precisely do they follow the formula? In James Gillily, Aaron Waters, and A.O. Woodford's Principles of Geology, 1951. The year after Shapley used tidal theory to discredit Velikovsky, pages 396 and 398, we read, "The ancients knew that the ebb and flow of the tides varied from phases of the moon. So complex is the real Earth as compared with the idealized Earth assumed by astronomers and physicists that we have as yet no general gravitational theory that permits tidal forecasts for any point on an ocean. Tides are, of course, predicted with great accuracy. For all principal ports, these are not computed from general Newtonian theory, however, but from analysis of tidal records over a long period of years in the particular port concerned, and the Newton scheme fails to explain fully the vagaries of the local tides. For example, many ports have but one tide in a lunar day, instead of two, which Newton theory requires. In others, the lag is as many hours from the time the moon is at zenith. And still others, the two daily tides are of great different height. They also vary with the seasons, which does not affect the distance between the Earth and the moon, as gravity is only affected by mass and distance squared. These and many other facts make it clear that the tides are not a simple direct response to the vertical component of the moon's gravitational pull, which is recently far too small for effective lifting of water masses anyway. Velikovsky and many of his supporters have failed to dig deeper into this problem, and his critics have failed to gather the full significance of just how important this failure of gravitational theory is. In this respect, Velikovsky wrote, "The authors of the textbook in geology did not express any doubt concerning the Newtonian theory of tides. They showed only that there exist many irregularities that require explanation, that the force of the moon's gravitational pull is insufficient to raise the size of the tides observed, and that no theoretical prediction of tides is possible. Therefore, to refer to the tides as providing support for the Newtonian theory is once more a statement in contradiction with the known facts." Many critics will respond saying that these are complications caused by the shape of the continents, bays, depths of water, etc., that can account for these discrepancies between theory and observation. That is simply not true of the overall problem with tidal theory, and is simply a way to avoid facing the fundamental fact that the tidal theory has always failed, as will be shown below. The problems with this theory have long been debated. For example, a popular weekly magazine, Our Home Journal, for September 2nd, 1871, page 151, contains a response to a writer who maintained that the moon produces these tides. GWP writes his views on this problem. Your correspondent, WRE, has presented no new arguments in favor of lunar theory of the tides, except those founded upon a mistaken view of facts, and lunar theory of the tides, except those founded upon a mistaken view of facts, and the inseparable objection to such a theory. We may very well admit, as he says, that the difficulties connected with the lunar theory presented by GWP may not be explained satisfactorily in harmony with the moon theory. That is really giving up the whole matter in controversy. If there are facts against the theory that cannot be made to harmonize with it, then the harmony is false. When the tides keep time with the revolutions of the moon is by no means in accordance with the facts. The tides gradually and regularly rise or flow about 6 hours, remaining stationary about 6 hours, to flow again after another brief response. The attraction of gravitation confines the moon to its orbit. The moon's attraction of the Earth is so small as to be imperceptible. If the moon's attraction is so powerful as to lift the waters of the ocean from 40 to 70 feet above their natural level, it would surely raise a feather from the ground. And WJB would be unable to demonstrate his theory by his own weight when standing on a scale, which would, when she is overhead, exerting her vast power of attraction in raising him up. But the fact that he really weighs the same in any possible position of the moon is fatal to his theory. The lunar theory involves the following absurdities. The moon has not the slightest power to attract solid bodies on the Earth's surface, not even lifting the down of a thistle from the ground, while her attraction of water is so powerful as to lift up to a height of 60 to 70 feet thousands of square miles of the waters of the ocean. But while she attracts water with so vast a power, she exercises no perceptible influences over another fluid, the air, which surrounds the earth to a closer, greater depth, and from its nature and position to the moon should be more susceptible to the moon's attraction than are the waters of the ocean. The problem of tides has baffled the greatest minds of science for centuries, and is still inexplicable in terms of gravitational law, although it should not be inexplicable. Gravity was solely responsible for lifting masses, then the atmospheric tides should coincide with all oceanic ones, not that they should be of the same height. The atmosphere, being easier to lift than water, should be raised to a greater height than the ocean, but in reality it falls far short of the ocean tidal heights, and it does not exhibit the same periodicities as the ocean is clear proof that gravity is not the sole force operating. There must be some other force creating these dichotomies between oceanic and atmospheric tides. Richard Lindzen has argued that heating and cooling of ozone in the upper atmosphere by the sun causes that part of the atmosphere to expand or contract, thus allowing atmospheric tides to be fully explained. As the atmosphere heats up during the day, it expands, and at night, when it cools, it contracts, each phase occurring every 12 hours. Nevertheless, in a 1980 paper, he admits to a contradiction that exists with his theory, namely, that the expansion and contradiction are not connected with the surface air pressure. None of the above expansions and contractions resulted in any improvement in the phase discrepancy of the solar semi-durational 12-hour surface pressure oscillation. If Lindzen's theory was correct, then the daily heating of the upper atmosphere should cause the surface pressure to fall, while contradictions should act to raise the surface pressure. But these day-night oscillations do not correlate with surface atmospheric pressures. As Lindzen admits, they exhibit a phase of discrepancy. Again, as with ocean tides, neither gravity nor solar heating explains the atmospheric tides. What then is the possible solution? Again, electromagnetism has been left out of these matters. Since the discovery in 1752 by Benjamin Franklin's kite experiment, it has been demonstrated repeatedly that the atmosphere is electrically charged, and that the electricity can be drawn down from the clouds. Other later experiments that were carried out show not only that the atmosphere is charged, but that its charge varies over a 12-hour period from the day side to that of the night side. According to D.R. McGorman and W.D. Rust, also in 1752, French scientist Émile Laminaire detected weak electrification in the atmosphere when there were no clouds, and determined that the intensity of fair weather electricity varied from night to day. This was confirmed in 1775 by the more sensitive experiments of the Italian scientist Cesare Bessaria. What we have here, instead of a thermal forcing oscillation of the atmosphere, as Lindzen suggested, is an electrical oscillation operating every 12 hours in phase with the day and night atmospheric tides. This is not connected to the solar day to night heating variation, nor to the sun's gravitational pull. In essence, what we actually have is an oscillating, electrified atmosphere in phase with the sun, and the atmospheric tides rising and falling with it. This is never taken into scientific consideration because of the shackles that Newtonian theory has put on the thinking of atmospheric scientists. Electromagnetic effects have no place in their tidal theories. As we can see, electromagnetism apparently correlates with ocean tides in tandem with lunar gravitation. It also correlates with atmospheric tides and solar electromagnetic effects on the Earth. Having omitted electromagnetic evidence from their considerations, scientists are left with many contradictions associated with ocean and atmospheric tides, and actually have no theory at all. Now, it's a 24-page chapter, and it goes on to say many things. I'll just highlight a couple. How can Newtonian theory be correct when it can predict both a high tide and a low tide at one place on the Earth at the same time? The entire ensemble of astronomical phenomena related to tidal theory is not, nor ever has been, explained by gravitational theory. For example, Michelson pointed out that the deceleration of the Earth's rate of rotation, especially related to tides caused by the moon, is a failure. Nonetheless, Carl Sagan also erroneously argued that tidal theory and the conservation of energy and angular momentum with the Earth-Moon system show that Velikovsky is wrong. Without appeal to commentary or other exogenous intervention, but tidal theory does not explain the slowing of the Earth's rotation. There, too, it has failed. But Sagan was also ignorant of this. This author must admit that I, too, had accepted tidal theory as a valid aspect of Newtonian Einsteinian theory until I uncovered this research. I retract this acceptance based on all this research above. Would that Velikovsky's critics have the decency to do the same? They simply can't, because to admit this is to also admit that Newtonian Einsteinian theory breaks down when it comes to tides. That means that some other force than gravity is operating in space, and that would imply Velikovsky could be right about what that force is, that they will not and cannot ever admit for very understandable reasons. Not only must they admit that the theory of gravity is not universal, but that it clearly implies Velikovsky may very well be right. More on this will be presented. Nevertheless, critics will surely argue that because Newton's laws do not account for lunar tides and numerous other phenomena, has nothing to do with the criticism of Velikovsky's instability thesis. They will argue that, as a matter of fact, planetary motions are in full accord with Newtonian celestial mechanics, and nothing can explain this away. The problem is that since no one has reevaluated Newtonian theory vis-a-vis planetary motion, this argument can and will be shown below to be false. Stability, instability, the Earth-Moon system. So I think if you want to check this out, it's EmmanuelVelikovsky.com. Newton, you can just go and Google Newton, Einstein, and Velikovsky. It's free in PDF. I'm reading it now. It's very good read. And it goes on. He just gives example after example of mainstream science misguided notions. So I leave the link below for you, and I will be reading from it on other occasions about other things. I just came across this PDF book, and it just puts Standard Model to shame. And he backs it, citing all of his sources. Check it out.
So, cosmology must address the infinitesimal as well as the infinite. So let's go to the heart of the matter, because, incredibly, mass is undefined. In every textbook and encyclopedia, the amount of mass is confused with the amount of matter, perhaps because they both begin with the letter M. This means that no scientist understands E equals mc squared. This confusion allows particle physicists to talk of creation and annihilation of matter, which is impossible without understanding what matter is. It's not physics. E equals mc squared is simply telling us that mass is a measure of the amount of energy held in matter. Particles have no mass, we're told. Armed with this ignorance, the standard particle model says subatomic particles have no intrinsic mass, which is nonsense. Are they saying protons and electrons have no rest mass, no energy? It seems so. In the standard particle model, mass is provided externally by a kind of cosmic treacle of imaginary Higgs bosons. The total cost of finding something, dubbed the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider, ran over $13 billion in July 2012. At a running cost of $1 billion a year, that makes more than $17 billion wasted chasing the grin of the Cheshire Cat. The LHC operates like smashing countless jumbo jets into mountains and picking over the debris to see how they fly. But the whole is more than the sum of the bits we can see. We are not dealing with closed systems. Even worse, it's like asking one of Douglas Adams' telephone hygienists to do the investigation. The investigators are not properly trained. Energy is undefined. All you will find in textbooks are examples of different forms of energy. The Big Bang is supposed to have originated from pure energy, which is nonsense when energy only makes sense in relation to matter in motion, with respect to all other matter. But matter hasn't been defined in any physical sense involving sensible internal movement. The quantum realm is weird. It's admitted by leading physicists that no one understands quantum mechanics. It's incompatible with Einstein's postulate of no instantaneous information transfer, and it seems to involve even the experimenter's thoughts in the outcome of some experiments. Once again, any experiment is not a closed system, as physicists like to assume. That is why the quantum realm appears weird. Light and the electric force are mysteriously transferred through empty space. We have all experienced the force between two magnets. What's happening in the space between them? The pioneers of electromagnetism knew there has to be a medium to transfer the electric force. They called it the ether. The ether has to be an electrically polarizable medium that fills the universe. In that way you can daisy chain the electric force directly. It's a longitudinal force. And applying the speed of light limit to that makes no sense whatsoever, because light is a wave motion. I think I've said before, almost instantly, and waving one end of the rope and waiting for the wave to get to the other end. Light is a slow process in the universe. So if we have this ether that fills the universe, space is full. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Einstein knew there has to be an ether, but his postulates somehow did away with it. He admitted that his theory of relativity would fail if the Earth's motion through the ether were detected. That's because his inertial frames of reference would not be equivalent. It would be like having one observer experiencing a gentle breeze from the ether wind while another might be suffering a howling gale. As it turns out, Dayton Miller repeated the Michelson-Morley ether experiments far more rigorously and at different elevations. He found an ether drift. Sadly, left hemisphere training denied and quickly forgot this fact. So let's have a look at the standard particle model. An atom, once a promise of fundamental simplicity, is really a nucleus within a hazy, probabilistic fog of electrons. The nucleus is some protons and neutrons held together by the mysterious short-range nuclear or strong force. The particles in the nucleus have a hidden, unknown number of weird, undetectable bits inside. These bits are appearing and disappearing in science that miracles are forbidden. Meanwhile, a recent report from the Large Hadron Collider suggests new findings that don't fit this model. Here's a snapshot of a proton by Professor Matthew Strassler. He writes, imagine all of the quarks, up, down and strange, that is U, D and S, anti-quarks, U, D and S with a bar on top, and gluons, G, zipping around near the speed of light, banging into each other and appearing and disappearing. So a proton is said to be some quarks held together by some gluons, which are themselves the quantized manifestations of the strong force. There is no mention of how a force manifests as a particle. It gets much worse. A gluon is really one of several colours of gluon, but it also has the simultaneous property of anti-colour. Gluons mediate the interaction between quarks, but they also mediate the interaction between themselves and quarks. That's right, gluons are the strong force, but they also experience the strong force. Happily for the physicists, quarks are unobservable in principle because they only exist inside the nucleon. It's very convenient. This is simple. You can forget elegance. This is extreme, narrow, left hemisphere focus on a model with no basic definitions to make sense of the words being used. Andrew Pickering, the author of Constructing Quarks, who did a sociological study of particle physics, and it's an interesting book, says there's no obligation on anyone to take account of what 20th century science has to say. To listen too closely to scientists may be simply to stifle the imagination, that is the right hemisphere. Worldviews are cultural products. There is no need to be intimidated by them. We come to the electric universe model of the atom. The electrically neutral atom is made of charged particles, positive and negative, in equal numbers, together with a number of neutral particles called neutrons, stating the obvious. All subatomic particles are real, with real locations in space. It's not a probabilistic fog. There is a polarizable ether which transmits force and carries electromagnetic waves. The universe is full of an electrically neutral, perfect fluid of neutral particles which passes through atoms and celestial bodies practically as if they weren't there. Neutrinos fit this description. So, the electric universe then defines what it means by energy and mass. Energy is matter in motion relative to the matter in the rest of the universe. It used to be said in relation to the fixed stars. This is not a closed system approach. It is a unifying relational concept first articulated by Ernst Mach. So we define mass. Mass is a measure of particle distortion instead of acceleration in response to the electric forces from all other matter in the universe. It's a bit like pushing a balloon full of water. It will tend to distort rather than move. And it's the same with these orbital systems of electrons and protons and so on. Once again, this conforms with Ernst Mach's principle. Neutrons may not exist in the nucleus. If so, only two particles are necessary to build all of the elements. This idea came from Edwin Karl, who I'm pleased to say is here and will be presenting in the breakout room. And the problem for physicists is, how do you hold together all of the positive charges in the nucleus? They should repel one another very powerfully. The repulsion of those positive charged protons should prevent it from forming in the first place. However, atomic nuclei seem to require neutrons for stability. That's because when a radioactive atom nucleus decays, neutral particles are sometimes observed to leave the nucleus and exist for a few minutes before further decaying into an electron and a proton. So it was assumed such a neutral particle pre-existed in the nucleus. The what-if question wasn't asked, that maybe that wasn't so. This is an assumption which still does not explain how the positive nucleus remains cohesive. So a special short-range strong nuclear force was invented, the proliferation of forces and particles. Edwin Carl suggested a simpler solution. If the electrons remain as discrete particles in the nucleus, they will tend to arrange themselves to, on average, sit equidistant between the protons. Because the distance between the protons is greater than that between each proton and a neighbouring electron, the attractive electric force between the proton and electron, sorry if this is too fast, will be 4 times greater than the repulsive force. This simple hypothesis removes the need for an extra strong force within the nucleus. It's much simpler. And then it seems that neutrons are a short-lived, metastable resonance of a closely bound proton and electron. This is simple. The electric universe simply proposes structure within structure, a repeated pattern. To understand magnetism and gravity, we must go to the heart of matter, a similar approach to that of André-Marie Ampère, Carl Friedrich Gauss, Wilhelm Weber and Walter Ritz, who considered the behaviour of positive and negative charged particles of different mass with great success, but were ignored for political reasons. Chiefly they weren't English, I think. Here's a simple hypothesis. The electron and proton have stable, resonant orbital structures of smaller charged particles. In that case, the positron, that is the antiparticles, and antiproton are mirror particles. They're not antiparticles, they're mirrors. There is no antimatter, no creation or annihilation. But this requires that there be an ether of composite neutral particles of vanishingly small mass, the neutrinos. The neutrinos must be quite complex inside, but totally collapsed, so that they can accept energy and then become a particle and its mirror. But there's nothing, it's just assumed that when these particles seem to disappear, that they've annihilated, the matter has disappeared. That's not so. So the ether must be normal matter of vanishingly small mass composed of all the subparticles needed to split into an electron and a positron, for example, when subjected to the appropriate energy, electromagnetic energy. For stability, and this is one of the stumbling blocks, of course, for particle physicists to go this way, is that the electric force must act between the tiny particles within the atom instantly. No speed of light delay. The 2 stable particles, the electron and the proton, if we assume the neutron is just a metastable particle, form 254 stable nuclides plus another 85 metastable, that is radioactive nuclides, for a total of 339. So from this simple resonance systems of structure within structure, we have all of the materials we need to see, to make what we see in the world around us. When those nuclei combine with the requisite number of negative electrons to form atoms and molecules, the possibilities are boundless in the living world. What does this mean? Only a single force is necessary, the powerful, instantaneous electric force. The phenomenal strength of the naked electric force can be judged by the simple illustration in the lower left. This shows that if the charge passing through 2 120-watt light bulbs in 1 second were to be transferred equally to 2 metal plates, the repulsive force between those plates would equal 1 million tonnes. So, it's critical that the electric force is a balanced force, attractive or repulsive. And these 2 propositions are the epitome of elegant simplicity, balance. The little diagram there on the left, extreme left at the top, shows the attraction between positive and negative and the repulsion between like particles. There are 2 forms of the electric force that we experience. One is the electrostatic, where you have separated charge some distance apart, and the electric dipole, where the distance between the 2 charges becomes so small that the field is altered and you get a different effect called the dipole field. So it just depends on the degree of separation of a positive and negative charge. It's a difference in scale. On our scale, we experience the dipole field of atomic electric fields and subatomic electric fields in the form of magnetism and gravity. They are dipole fields. So both forms of the electrostatic and the dipole field occur between atoms and is responsible for chemistry. The E force operates between all of the particles and subparticles within each atom. In close proximity, this can result in distortion of the atoms to form electric dipoles themselves, which can result in attraction to form a molecule. Or they may enter a new resonant dance by sharing an electron, as chemistry. The dipole distorting action on electrons and protons produces dipolar magnetism. The diagram there is actually, I made a mistake, the positive and negative on left and right should be reversed. But this just shows that if you, let's try this thing here. If you have an electric field operating on a particle here, charged particle here, and accelerating it, and on the opposite side, decelerating it, the result will be an elliptical orbit with the nucleus at one of the focuses. And the result of this is that you get a transverse dipole. The result will be an elliptical orbit. And that transverse dipole is shown there as the magnetic force, because if you have two current-carrying wires where the electric field in the wire is causing this distortion in electrons, then the dipoles are aligned so that they tend to attract, and we know that current flowing down two wires in the same direction attract, in the opposite way they repel. Okay, so, and the other thing is that I mentioned there ultra-weak dipolar gravity. And this is the diagram of what happens to an atom in that case. The gravitational field cannot be shielded from, so the gravitational force operates on the heavy nucleus so that it falls towards one of the focuses of an ellipse. This time it's oriented radially towards the surface of the body. But the interesting thing about that is that once you've said that, this means that a body like the Earth and the Moon, which I've shown here, the negative poles on both bodies are facing outwards, which means they're repelling one another. So it means that it's long-range repulsive, short-range attractive. We on the surface of the Earth are like iron filings. We don't care which magnet we go to, just the nearest one will do. The gravitational mass of the distant galaxies had a fundamental influence over the motion of the bodies in the solar system. And this is actually shown by precession of the perihelion of the planets, which is tied to the distant stars and not to the sun or general relativity, because general relativity doesn't have a reference frame like that. Short-term changes in the Earth's magnetic field that occur over periods of just years or decades have now been shown in new research to have a very close relationship with changes in gravity. The two are very similar forces. There is no gravitational collapse in space, no black hole swallowing everything. It is the electromagnetic force alone that coalesces matter in deep space. So the assumption that gravity was the controlling force on the large scale is incorrect. There is no need for a big bang to separate everything initially. Gravity is a balanced force like magnetism and cannot form neutron stars or other fanciful supercondensed celestial objects. A planet's gravity is established at its birth by powerful electromagnetic forces. And once the body is formed and the charge on the surface is established, the gravitational field is set by both the surface charge and the initial coalescence by electromagnetic forces. So the outcome of all that is that all matter in the local universe is connected by the electric force instantly. That's Mach's principle. The origin of mass and quantum spooky connection. Because this force is instantaneous, the so-called entanglement and non-locality suddenly has a simple explanation. And energy is a measure of motion with respect to the matter and the rest of the universe. Mass is a measure of the energy stored in the orbital motion inside a particle. And simultaneity means there is a universal time and three-dimensional space. We return to the sanity and simplicity of classical physics. These matter resonances are interesting too, because having an orbital structure allows resonant instantaneous connections and complex interactions, which explains weird quantum behaviour. The important thing is that the electron and proton have an orbital charge structure like atoms, which explains their internal energy and their magnetic moment. And distortion in an electric field appears as an increase in mass rather than acceleration. Quantum tunnelling: in transistors, electrons face a barrier like the illustration in the diagram. It's like having to carry a weight over a hill. But in a weird quantum phenomenon called tunnelling, the electron passes through the barrier as if there's a tunnel. The electric universe model of the electron and proton, having an orbital structure of oppositely charged particles, allows us to see that the hill or the repulsive electrical force between similar charges can instantly disappear or become a downhill race. The reason is that the force between two similar particles can become attractive instead of repulsive if you get the particles together at just the right moment. In chemistry, this resonance is achieved by the use of a heavy metal catalyst, which has numerous internal subatomic resonances. The same catalytic process is available, in my opinion, for nuclear fusion. So-called warm fusion is possible by nuclear chemistry, catalysing the nuclei to attract instead of repel. So catalytic chemistry is possible, in my opinion, in the photospheric plasma of all bright stars, where the nuclei are separated from the electrons and can actually come close together in the presence of the heavy elements we see in the spectrum. And you've got to ask the question then, is this the path to future power? Like the sun, but only unlike the sun that is believed by present science. In this way, all stars generate the heavy elements in their photospheres where we detect them in their spectra. Rare exploding supernovae are the most ineffectual production means imaginable, because having produced it, you then disperse it into deep space. There's also an unsuspected resonant means of connection in living systems. The morphic field of Sheldrake, the mind-body connection, consciousness, subtle energies. The electric universe model explains biological transmutations at body temperature as demonstrated by Dr. Louis Kervran. His is a clear demonstration of this simple process. Is light a wave or a particle? If so, what's waving? Einstein did away with a medium to wave. Or is light a particle, a photon? It can't be both a wave and a particle. You'll notice they've mealy-mouthed term there. It's particle-like, they say. It's a meaningless use of language. If so, according to Einstein, to travel at the speed of light, it must have zero mass. But a particle of zero mass has no energy. You can't multiply zero by infinity and get a real number. And if it's got zero mass, it can't be affected by gravity, so there can be no gravitational lensing. Lensing occurs as a simple atmospheric diffraction effect in the ether. It's like an atmosphere around the body. Evidence from stars at the galactic centre show no gravitational lensing as expected from standard theory. Clearly, we depend on light to observe the universe, but we don't understand light. Photons don't exist. Light is a transverse electrical disturbance in the ether. And the ether must be a dielectric medium to transfer an electrical disturbance. The wave carries energy through the medium. Let's catch up here. And the energy is absorbed by the first atom that is in instantaneous resonance with the sending atom. It gives the appearance that a photon has travelled between the sender and the receiver. It's appearance only. Talking about light brings us to cosmological redshift. Hubble found the fainter and smaller a galaxy appeared, the higher was its redshift. In the diagram, you can see the spectral lines of hydrogen move progressively to the red end of the spectrum as the distance is thought to increase. The redshift was simply assumed to be due to velocity away from us, by analogy with the Doppler shift of sound. Hubble's law is considered the first observational basis for the expansion of the universe. But ironically, Hubble thought it the least likely explanation. He felt it more likely indicated some new physics. So it was Hubble's professional astronomer assistant, Helton C. Arp, who later proved this to be so. If the redshift is not simply a Doppler effect, Hubble wrote, the region observed appears as a small, homogeneous, but insignificant portion of a universe extended indefinitely both in space and time. Recently and surprisingly, more distant galaxies seem to be accelerating away from us. This discovery won the Nobel Prize and gave rise to the need for huge amounts of mysterious dark energy to power the acceleration. I wrote about that discovery on October the 6th, 2011. The discovery of the acceleration of the expanding universe is an interpretation based on total ignorance of the real nature of stars and the standard candle, which was used as the measurement to determine the distance away. So it was gratifying to find support once more in a report this month titled, "Could a new type of supernova eliminate dark energy?" It has been found that the near UV light from the most distant supernovae is brighter than the closer ones. In other words, there's something going on at the atomic and subatomic level. Of course, this is unexpected and unexplained. The diagram on the left shows the difference between the Big Bang universe and the plasma universe. It's easy to see which one is simpler. Intrinsic redshift, and Dr. Helton Arp, Hubble's assistant, who was dubbed the modern Galileo, he found redshifts, quasars physically connected to and in front of, high redshift quasars rather, physically connected to and in front of low redshift active galaxies. This observation of a quasar between the galaxy NGC 7319 and the Earth is impossible if the quasar is over 90 times farther away than the galaxy. So Hubble was right. Something is wrong with physics. Arp showed the redshift happened in small jumps or quanta, which indicates a subatomic effect. But these quantum effects are supposed to only occur at the subatomic level. Here we've got it occurring on the galactic. This requires, once again, the electric force to be operating at ultra high speed, instantaneously. So quasars are born at high speed and with low redshift. This is Arp's diagram. You see the parent galaxy in the centre. Where are we? That's this one here. And the high redshift quasars, and the redshift decreases as they move away. Initially their velocity is very high. They are faint, highly redshifted, and travelling at a fair fraction of the speed of light. Over time they gain in mass. This is interesting. It means that energy is being supplied to the matter in the quasar and the mass is increasing. So that eventually they can actually become a turnaround here and become a companion galaxy. This is an example of another path that they can take where you end up with another BL-LAC object, as it's called, producing multiple galaxies here. So there is a genealogy, if you like, of galaxies. The idea that the Andromeda galaxy is going to crash into our galaxy in the future is rubbish. It's based on the idea that Andromeda's blue shift with respect to us means that it's approaching us. No, it just means that it's older than us. So the electric universe explains this. Quasars are born at high speed and with low mass. They escape the forces of the electromagnetic galactic nucleus, that's the parent galaxy, as neutrons. And because the neutrons have no charge, they can escape the intense electromagnetic forces that hold that plasmoid in the centre of the galaxy. They have enough time to get away from those powerful forces, and then they decompose into electrons and protons, which are the forerunners of hydrogen. So as the electrical energy pours into the quasar, its mass and brightness increases and it slows down to become a companion galaxy. So this was an explanation, the only explanation for Halton Arp's observations. Quasars are not the brightest and most distant objects in the universe. They are among the youngest and closest, so the objects in the mirror really are closer than they appear. The visible universe is smaller than we have been told. So the universe, the real universe, is in balance. It is not expanding. This is important for our understanding of gravity. Gravity cannot be simply an attractive force. The universe is of unknown age and extent. The origin of the universe is unknown. There is a universal now, and space has 3 physical dimensions. This brings everything back down to, as Tom was pointing out, conditions as we experience it on Earth. Dark matter galaxies. Galaxies are treated as isolated objects in space produced somehow by attractive gravity in an expanding universe. Their rotation and structure remains a mystery. They're made of 80% invisible dark matter. Well, Tom gave a good introduction to that story about dark matter. Dark matter has been described as an invisible elephant in the room. You know it's there by the dent it makes in the floorboards. Dark matter is only inferred theoretically by using our experience of gravity on Earth and projecting it onto the rest of the universe. Once again, it's this geocentric problem. We look at the gravity on Earth and then we just extrapolate outwards, because that's all mathematicians can do. It needs an impossible gravitational black hole in the centre. Black holes exist theoretically in asymptotically flat space in an empty universe. You cannot superimpose any other matter in such a hypothetical universe. Black holes don't exist. Yet some sport long, thin, high-velocity jets over intergalactic distances. There is no satisfactory theoretical explanation for these jets. This is the standard, taking the standard approach. Electric galaxies, on the other hand, plasma cosmology shows experimentally and observationally that galaxies are governed by electromagnetic forces. Tony Peratt said that they introduced gravity into their supercomputer runs and it made no difference whatsoever. Spirals rotate as simple Faraday motors. That's why that curve is flat. It's as if you've got a plate and you're just spinning the plate. Stars are born in and trace the spiral power lines. Where there is a higher density of gas and dust, it's typical of an electrical discharge. Where the density of the material becomes greater, the discharge becomes more filamentary. Stars form along those pinched current filaments. There are no black holes. It's a compact high-energy plasmoid, and this comes down to peer-reviewed plasma cosmology. Their apparent mass is due to the relationship between mass and energy. If E equals mc squared, if you've got a high concentration of energy in that tiny plasmoid, it will exhibit a considerable mass. It's certainly not a black hole. The other thing is that galaxies line up axially, showing their electrical connectedness because they're threaded like Catherine reels on a wire. And that wire is one of these intergalactic Birkeland current filaments. So let's look at stars. We've done galaxies, let's look at stars. Arthur Eddington had the temerity to say, it should not be too difficult to understand something as simple as a star. This is typical left hemisphere. His quote is typical: isolate, simplify and ignore a global view. Because if you look at coronas, sunspots, flares, magnetic cycles, etc., his gas model doesn't predict any of them. And the alternatives are not explored. He dismisses electrical aspects in a few paragraphs. The failure of this approach is shown by continual complications with each new discovery. It's treated as an isolated, gravitating ball of gas. Conventionally, it's a body that satisfies three conditions. It's made of hydrogen plus a few impurities. Having a core of the lightest element is the most fanciful assumption. It's needed to allow the thermonuclear energy model to be viable. That also requires hypothetical extreme conditions in the core. It's only required by the thermonuclear theory and is completely untestable. It also has, that's unverifiable, and also the sequence of nuclear reactions that take place in the core cannot be verified. They're very complex and requires quantum tunneling, which I referred to earlier. And what's more, there's a more complex, different story for different stars. It's certainly not simple. It's an explosive model because one of the reactions is sensitive to the temperature to the fifth power. It also needs an unknown radiation zone to break down the X-rays from the nuclear core. There's no body known that has a radiation or the energy transferred through the body through a radiation zone, so this is hypothetical. And also, from the point of view of life on Earth and so on, it has a restrictive and variable Goldilocks zones distant from the star. It's not the best place to nurture life in the universe. Impossible stars. Formation by gravitational accretion doesn't work. It's never been explained satisfactorily. It has hydrogen, the lightest element in the core. The model doesn't predict the observed features or behaviour. It has different models for white dwarfs, neutron stars, etc. And the life story of stars is super complicated and untestable. And some stars do strange things. They switch from one place to another without going through the transition stages. Renowned scientists like Eddington, who made grave mistakes about the sun and Einstein's general relativity, he went out explicitly to prove Einstein correct, not to test his theory, continue to haunt us today. It gives the lie to the belief that science is self-correcting. It is not, given the way in which science is done today. As Eddington said, if there's no other way out, we may have to suppose that bright line spectra in the stars are produced by electric discharges. The clues were there, but what if was not followed through. Herschel reveals a ribbon of future stars. This was reported on March the 30th this year. So this is a very recent picture. Stars and planets are formed by powerful electromagnetic forces like pearls on a cosmic string. This is a quote from an earlier report. Gravity can be ignored. Plasma cosmology. There is no gravitational accretion. There's no way you can form a string like that using gravity. Gravity is a central force and the material tends to come into a centre. It doesn't form a string. But this recent report says, and this is important, stars are shot out of the filaments by a slingshot mechanism. And there's a diagram here which shows the filaments moving around like those in the plasma ball, where they snake about. The stars, having been formed in this filament, are left behind as the filament moves on and these stars are shot out. And it's interesting because Tony Peratt described to us once the effect seen in high-energy discharge experiments as these plasmoids scattered like buckshot. Now, it's not only stars that are formed here, it's all solid bodies, including planets. And they may be captured by the stars to form the weird assortment, over 3,500 of them so far, of exoplanetary systems that have been observed. New stars also may fission to produce hot Jupiters in very close orbits and achieve electrical stability with their changing electrical environment. the movement of the filaments, as I said, is like those in a plasma ball. Heavy elements convect into a cool core. This is interesting because those blue filaments you saw before are the coldest part of the cloud, and this is where the stars are forming. The traditional view is that the stars had to form by gravitational collapse and not lose any of the heat of the collapse, otherwise they couldn't start their nuclear fires. Well, this doesn't require any of that. It was one of the surprises for theorists is that the blue filament I mentioned is the coldest part of the cloud and contains 800 times as much mass as the Sun. This is not a surprise for plasma cosmologists. So, all stars have a cool planetary core. Stars and many planets are born together along the same electrical umbilical cord. Other planets and moons are born later in electrical fissioning events and capture events. Hydrogen and helium tend to form the outermost atmosphere. This is a diagram showing the actual form of the filaments. You'll notice the pattern there. This is showing an experimental pattern of a discharge on an insulating plate. And this shows a Martian electrical scar. You can see the similarities. As the cosmic lightning bolt fades, stars and planets are captured into planetary systems. So, electric stars, they remain a gaseous electric discharge phenomena, like spherical searchlights following their birth. In fact, some of the characteristics of the photosphere is like that of a searchlight. All bright stars catalytically produce heavy elements in their photospheric plasma discharges. Red stars have gigantic anode sheaths. Sorry, I'll get the right picture there. Plasma discharges adjust to their environment by moving electrical barriers called plasma sheaths, or misleadingly magnetospheres, because they trap the magnetic fields inside. If Jupiter's plasma sheath were lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon in the sky at opposition. And its Galilean moons would be orbiting comfortably inside it. So red dwarfs are not dwarfs, and their bloated glowing anode sheaths are the cosmic wombs for life. Because inside that radiant red sphere, all satellites receive uniform heat and light over their entire surfaces. And it doesn't matter how they're moving or rotating, that will be the case. Of course, this poses a problem for the SETI project because radio waves cannot penetrate the glowing plasma sheath. So if these are the wombs of life, we don't have any way of radio communication with them. But of course, gravity can pass through. White dwarfs are not dwarfs at all, they're just stars with no bright photosphere and a faint white coronal discharge. These are some of the planetary systems that have been discovered. You can see it's quite a shambles. So as I said before, at the galactic scale, electromagnetic forces form these gigantic Birkeland currents and they dominate. At the planetary scale, inside the star's protective plasma sheath, gravity dominates. So you have to choose the region you're talking about when you're trying to apply your model to stars, galaxies and so on. In fact, inside the star's protective sheath, with gravity dominating, and it dominates because it cannot be electrically shielded, so the impact from all of the other stars in the universe is acting like a pressure in on the planets moving around the Sun. In fact, this repulsive force from the rest of the universe can reverse the Earth's motion about the Sun in 6 months. That is 6 sextillion tonnes by 140,000 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea of the impact. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses. In planetary systems, the electric force comes into play only when plasma sheaths collide, because then the electrical insulation breaks down and the electric current flows between the two bodies. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses and change orbits and to quickly re-establish order. This is one of the problems that Velikovsky faced. How do you explain events within the memory of mankind of chaos in the solar system, and yet it looks like clockwork today? And this is the answer. You have to apply the electric model of gravity to be able to do this. So Velikovsky was right. Electricity and magnetism are involved in the celestial mechanism. Changing the surface charge on a planet modifies the strength of the internal electric dipole, which is responsible for the planet's mass and gravity. And the changes to both bodies, which I've shown in previous YouTube talks, tends to move the two bodies apart, which is very convenient. This overcomes the objections of the Harvard book burners to Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. However, it doesn't detract from the title to say that worlds didn't collide. It was an electrical clash of the titans. There's Velikovsky with his great book. So what we have now in science is a mythical journey. It is a rehash of a creation myth. The Earth was born and for 4.5 billion years has remained roughly where it is now. Long ago, the Earth had a few massive impacts to birth the Moon and almost wipe out life on Earth at intervals. Ironically, planetary collisions have been found essential 66 years after Velikovsky's book, Worlds in Collision, was burned. Thousands of exoplanetary systems don't fit the story. There are stars that shouldn't exist, hot Jupiters that orbit their star in hours or days, backward orbits and polar orbits. Life on Earth remains unexplained. The odds against random events producing life are practically infinite. The rest of the story is once upon a time, fragmented, boring and non-predictive. We are an isolated and improbable accident. That's why we have difficulty imagining life elsewhere in the universe. Alan Alda complains, everybody is ignorant about science. Alda was 11 years as host of Scientific American Frontiers on PBS, and he helped inspire the creation of the Centre for Communicating Science at Stony Brook in 2009. Is it any wonder, when this is the face of science today? There is no real meaning or morality in modern mechanistic science to engage students or the public. Everyone thinks it is all mathematics. It saddens me to see so much talent wasted in the pursuit of myth, hunting for dark matter. Their heads have been filled with it. Our real journey. Are you looking for the nearest exoplanet? We're standing on it. Pay attention to the oldest stories of the celestial gods who created the skies and land we see today. Yoro Yoro is a research book about the Kimberley region, Aborigines in Western Australia. And some of their stories are so close to the reconstruction of the Saturnian polar configuration that it's almost scary. And these are the words from the elders, and they were very precise in their words. It says, in the beginning, people saw before the Ice Age that the moon, sun, and some of the stars had been on Earth. In other words, they were very close. One song told about a flood long before the last that was brought on by a star with trails. The symbols that testify to these events are still in the Kimberley. The Wandjina creator figure, which is the one you can see on the front of the book there, features are explained. All rings around the head represent clouds and lightning. The big spirit Wandjina have large eyes. This is the eye god motif that Dave Talbot has explained at length. They never have a mouth nor ears, and the line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down, and it's not a nose. And it looks like a hollow tube, which in the plasma column scenario of the Saturnian story is accurate. Wollonganda, the creator Wandjina, did not create with his hands, only through his voice with power. It reminds me of in the beginning was the Word. Andy Hall has recently explained that the overpressure from supersonic shock waves, that is from the electrical blasts that strike the surface of a body, are powerful enough to form mountains. Rock flows until the overpressure drops, whereupon it solidifies instantly, but retains an imprint of the shock wave. Those shock waves would have produced harmonics and overtones, a global sound like a symphony of giant trumpets. There's many traditions about the creation being associated with sound. This little book I bought in Central Australia on a visit to Uluru, that great red rock, which looks just like an asteroid has landed. And it also tells a story by these people in the Kimberleys, but it's illustrated by children, and it's very quaint. The story is by David Moel Jale, who's the elder. It tells of two suns in the sky who lived in hollow logs, the plasma columns. There is a period of intense heat from them. Then one sun is attacked with a spear, the thunderbolt, and is bitten by a snake, Cometary Venus, who lives in the sky. The little sun gets snagged in the fork of a celestial tree, which is the Axis Mundi, the tree of life, the celestial tree. So this is an extension of the forensic technique that Velikovsky introduced. He never referred to the Australian Aborigines, but some of their memories seem to be so accurate that they are a better source than some of the more so-called advanced cultural reports. All of these story elements make sense to mytho-historians and to the leading plasma cosmologist and colleague of Hans Alfvén, Tony Peratt. Accept best evidence regardless of its fit with modern consensus science and man-made theoretical laws. It is better to adopt a forensic science approach to the evidence for past events that cannot be repeated than to rely on theoretical science which is based on sets of beliefs and a geocentric perspective. Use that evidence to develop a more holistic science that brings our phenomenal real journey to light. To be real and useful, science must be holistic. The electric universe is a holistic science that applies seamlessly from the galactic to the earthly to the biosphere and on down to subatomic particles. Humanity's dramatic experience of the electrical nature of celestial mechanics would make an awe-inspiring and frightening IMAX movie that would make science fiction seem a pale shadow in comparison. But in my opinion, once understood, there will be no irrational urge to revisit doomsday upon each other and the Earth under the unrecognised banners of the prehistoric warring planetary gods. Planets bear the scars of their electrical birth and past encounters on their faces. Apollo astronauts commented on the fresh appearance of lunar craters. The event that caused the great gash across the face of Mars appears in stories from ancient cultures. These are just yesterday in geological time. I recommend you see episode 2, Symbols of an Alien Sky, the lightning-scarred planet Mars. We may understand our history and place in the electric universe for the first time. This is singularly important for our sense of well-being. It gives dramatic new meaning to our lives and a sense of responsibility for our jewel of a planet. Without this sense, we probably have no future on Earth. Also, in the event myth becomes science. There was a unique myth-making period, and all surviving cultures required their stories to be faithfully transmitted for millennia. Such was their importance. We look at these enigmatic rock art figures from the remote Kimberley region in Western Australia and see only their strange, haunting and artistic beauty. And it was rather ironic that just a week or so ago, and David Novak was there to see it too, I think, they had the Vivid Festival in Sydney where they project images onto public buildings, and of course the Opera House is the most public building in Sydney. And this was a presentation of Wandjina figures. I mean, they are haunting, and I think they probably evoke some kind of a subconscious connection. But how much more would they mean if people really understood their origin? We need to give more credit to the indigenous people. Now, Evan Camp said one of the unique aspects of the electric universe theory is that it's good storytelling. It answers all three questions. What if? What if the sky was different in the past? What if Saturn was worshipped as the sun? What if there were electrical discharges between planets? Let's catch up here. What if there were electric discharges between planets? Today we have meteorites from Mars. What if Lichtenberg figures explain the scars on Mars and Earth? Show students pictures of cratering on different bodies and ask students to explain them from 2 points of view. The standard model needs different explanations for each. Oops, sorry. That was unexpected. The electric universe, on the other hand, has a single explanation for them all. Then there is the story of the dissidents. If only Birkeland hadn't been ignored, Hans Alfvén had been listened to, Halton Arp's research hadn't been dismissed. A Pixar rule for storytelling, number 16, what are the stakes? Give us reasons to support the character. What happens if they don't succeed? Stack the odds against them. What of the future if this goes on? We continue wasting money and careers looking for things that don't exist. We cripple students by not training them to think. We may have no future on this planet. As Evan Camp says, the power of eliciting engagement is to get people to come to their own conclusions. Thinking is going to be the future of education. So, our electric universe future. Mahatma Gandhi said, there is a force in the universe which, if we permit it, will flow through us and produce miraculous results. The electric universe is an inspiring story that motivates students both conceptually and artistically, and that is what's needed for left and right brain hemisphere development. Education, classical science and the arts, left and right hemispheres. Let's just catch up here. Many principles of the electric universe were foreseen by scholars in the past, Newton, Faraday, etc. A release from existential fear, Velikovsky's The Bonds of the Past, a documentary. There is a collective inability to face the truth that prehistoric mankind faced doomsday. For millennia, science has preached stability and order, but as amnesiacs, we have a compulsion to instinctively repeat the catastrophes of the past, destroying each other and the earth from the sky with apocalyptic weapons, like the planetary gods of old. This was one of Velikovsky's greatest fears. But we have, on the other hand, the possibility of an unparalleled renaissance with the electric universe, bringing everything together seamlessly. Understanding ourselves and our past can heal the wounds and provide a more universal sense of connection and purpose. Understand the electric force of nature. Power like the sun and gravity. Quantum interactions. All three rely on understanding matter interactions via the instantaneous electric force. Understanding living organisms, the mind-body connection and beyond. Also, understanding the dangers of genetically modified organisms and manufactured food. There is no thought given to the effects, the unintended consequences of fiddling with these things when our basic knowledge is so lacking. And the idea in an electric universe is to live in tune with the Earth and each other. Resonant connection. On the most general level, the electric universe is a new paradigm of universal resonant connection. The arbitrary inertial frames of reference of physics are not equivalent when everything is connected in real time. How and where you are makes a difference to your energy state. For example, the GPS system is supposed to prove relativity theory. It doesn't. The atoms in orbiting clocks have a different energy from identical clocks on Earth, so engineers simply count a different number of ticks to compensate. Time is universal, unchanging and unchangeable. Clocks are not. Think of the relationships between all things connected by the universal electric force and consider that the electric force must act instantly, otherwise no information transfer is possible between resonant tuned systems. Spacecraft using slow speed of light transmissions require constant retuning of receivers on Earth to compensate for their motion. Obviously, living systems could not function if moving parts of the body lost contact with the brain. Acknowledging this simple fact will explain quantum weirdness and open up science, particularly biology, to amazing possibilities that are presently forbidden. And understanding gravity and magnetism as balancing electric forces will change forever our view of the heavens and the Earth under our feet. As the morphic resonance experiments of the biologist Rupert Sheldrake have shown, the things that are learnt by one organism are immediately available to others like them, anywhere on Earth. The universe learns. Resonance between molecular tuning forks allows instant information transfer, the mind-body connection, and beyond. Life is structured water. This was said to me by Gerald Pollack. The experiments, or his experiments, show the structure of electrically polarised water molecules gives rise to water's amazing properties. It allows information to be stored and transferred within a living cell, the memory mechanism of homeopathy. It suggests that the electrically polarisable ether particles may also participate in information storage as well as transmission. The electric universe resonant electrical model of matter and the all-pervasive neutrino ether suggests that resonance and structure within structure can store unlimited information and transfer it instantly. There is more to life than meets the eye. We have always known that instinctively. The electric universe suggests that the information needed for life, forget the gene, that's just a factory floor, is universal, so life can take hold wherever conditions arise that allow it. We see evidence for that in the great changes immediately following catastrophic mass extinctions on Earth. We see it in organisms living in anoxic conditions over volcanic vents on the ocean floor and at great depths in rocks. Just as gravity cannot be shielded, since all matter participates in force transfer, so it is with this universal information bank. There are no islands in space. We are earthlings in the complete resonant connection sense, in a meaningful electrical universe. The fact that we exist suggests a purposeful universe. Our lives have purpose. We don't manifest as a blank slate. So children should be observed and supported in their individual passions, not suppressed and moulded to our desires for them. We are born with a purpose, but many need help to discover that purpose. In answering the question, why are we so unhappy, Ian McGilchrist says, true happiness is based on connections with others and a sense of purpose beyond the immediate. True happiness is one aim of this conference. The new panorama of an amazing shared history and kinship must change the world. In the search for meaning, the electric universe paradigm can, as Ian McGilchrist says, change the world. Elegance, harmony and simplicity of concepts are the electric universe guiding principles. Thank you.
Stones following the red dust, a small dust, like ashes of the furnace, fell in all the land of Egypt. Exodus 9:8, and then a shower of meteorites flew toward the earth. Our planet entered deeper into the tail of the comet. The dust was a forerunner of the gravel. There fell a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Egypt since its foundations. Exodus 9:18. Stones of Barad, here translated hail, is, as in most places where mentioned in the scriptures, the term for meteorites. We are also informed by Midrashic and Talmudic sources that the stones which fell on Egypt were hot. 19. This fits only meteorites, not a hail of ice. 20. In the scriptures it is said that these
stones fell, mingled with fire, Exodus 9:24, the meaning of which I shall discuss in the following section, and that their fall was accompanied by loud noises, kolot, rendered as thunderings, a translation which is only figurative, and not literally correct, because the word for thunder is ram, which is not used here. The fall of meteorites is accompanied by crashes or explosion-like noises, and in this case they were so mighty that, according to the scriptural narrative, the people in the palace were terrified as much by the din of the falling stones as by the destruction they caused. Exodus 9:28. The red dust had frightened the people, and a warning to keep men and cattle under shelter had been issued. Gather thy cattle and all that thou hast in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hailstones shall come down upon them.
And they shall die. Exodus 9:19. And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. Exodus 9:21. Similarly, the Egyptian eyewitness, cattle are left astray, and there is none to gather them together. Each man fetches for himself those that are branded with his name. 21. Falling stones and fire made the frightened cattle flee. Epa also wrote, trees are destroyed, no fruits, no herbs are found, grain has perished on every side, that has perished which yesterday was seen. The land is left to its weariness like the cutting of flax. 22. In one day fields were turned to wasteland. In the book of Exodus 9:25 it is written, and the hailstones of Barad smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field.
The description of such a catastrophe is found in the Visuddhimagga, a Buddhist text on the world cycles. When a world cycle is destroyed by wind, there arises in the beginning a cycle destroying great cloud. There arises a wind to destroy the world cycle, and first it raises a fine dust, and then coarse dust, and then fine sand, and then coarse sand, and then grit, stones, up to boulders as large as mighty trees on the hilltops. The wind turns the ground upside down, large areas crack and are thrown upwards, all the mansions on earth are destroyed in a catastrophe when worlds clash with worlds. 23. The Mexican annals of Cahuatitlan describe how a cosmic catastrophe was accompanied by a hail of stones. In the oral tradition of the Indians, too, the motif is repeated time and again. In some ancient epic the sky rained, not water, but fire and red-hot stones. 24. Which is not different from the Hebrew tradition.
Naphtha. Crude petroleum is composed of two elements, carbon and hydrogen. The main theories of the origin of petroleum are: 1. The inorganic theory. Hydrogen and carbon were brought together in the rock formations of the earth under great heat and pressure. 2. The organic theory. Both the hydrogen and carbon, which compose petroleum, come from the remains of plant and animal life, in the main from microscopic marine swamp life. The organic theory implies that the process started after life was already abundant, at least at the bottom of the ocean. The tails of comets are composed mainly of carbon, hydrogen gases. Lacking oxygen, they do not burn in flight, but the flammable gases passing through an atmosphere containing oxygen will be set on fire. If carbon and hydrogen gases of vapor of a composition of these two elements enter the atmosphere in huge masses, part of them will burn, binding all the oxygen available at that moment. The rest will escape combustion, but in swift transition will become liquid. Falling on the ground, the substance, if liquid, would sink into the pores of the sand and into the clefts between the rocks. Falling on water, it would remain floating if the fire in the air is extinguished before new supplies of oxygen arrive from other regions. The descent of a sticky fluid, which came earthward and blazed with heavy smoke, is recalled in the oral and written traditions of the inhabitants of both hemispheres. Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Mayas, narrates 26. It was ruin and destruction. The sea was piled up. It was a great inundation. People were drowned in a sticky substance, raining from the sky. The face of the earth grew dark, and the gloomy rain endured for days and nights. And then there was a great din of fire above their heads. The entire population of the land was annihilated. The manuscript Quiche perpetrated the picture of the population of Mexico perishing in a downpour of bitumen. There descended from the sky a rain of bitumen and of a sticky substance. The earth was obscured, and it rained day and night. And men ran hither and thither, and were as if seized by madness. They tried to climb to the roofs, and the houses crashed down. They tried to climb the trees, and the trees cast them far away. And when they tried to escape in caves and caverns, these were suddenly closed. A similar account is preserved in the annals of the Cahutitlan, the age which ended in the rain of fire. It's called Kwau Tu Natua, which means the son of the fire rain. And far away, in the other hemisphere in Siberia, the Vogels carried down through the centuries and millennia this memory. God sent a sea of fire upon the earth. The cause of the fire they call fire water. Half the meridian to the south in the East Indies, the Aboriginal tribes relate that in the remote past, single das, or water of fire, rained from the sky. With very few exceptions, all men died. The 8th plague was described in the book of Exodus, was barad, and fire mingled with the barad. Very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. Exodus 9:24. There were thunder, correct, loud noises, and barad, and the fire ran along upon the ground. Exodus 9:23. The papyrus Ipuwer describes this consuming fire. Gates, columns, and walls are consumed by fire. The sky is in confusion. The papyrus says that this fire almost exterminated mankind. The Midrashim in a number of texts state that naphtha, together with hot stones, poured down upon Egypt. The Egyptians refused to let the Israelites go, and he poured out naphtha over them, burning blains, blisters. It was a stream of hot naphtha. Naphtha is petroleum in Aramaic and Hebrew. The population of Egypt was pursued with strange rains and hails and showers, inexorable and utterly consumed with fire. For what was the most marvelous of all in the water which quenched all things, the fire wrought yet more mightily, which is the nature of burning petroleum. In the register of the plagues in Psalms 105, it is referred to as flaming fire, and in Daniel 7:10 as river of fire or fiery stream. In the Passover, Haggadah, it is said that mighty men of Paul and Lud, Lydia and Asia Minor, were destroyed with consuming conflagration on the Passover. In the valley of the Euphrates, the Babylonians often referred to the rain of fire, vivid in their memory. All of the countries whose traditions of fire rain I have cited actually have deposits of oil. Mexico, the East Indies, Siberia, Iraq, and Egypt. For a span of time, after the combustive fluid poured down, it may well have floated upon the surface of the seas, soaked the surface of the ground, and caught fire again and again.
And again. Again.
For 7 winters and
And
summers, the fire has raged.
And again.
It has burnt up the earth.
Again.
It has burnt
again.
up the earth. Narrate the vocals of Siberia. The story of wandering in the desert contains a number of references to fire springing out of the earth. The Israelites traveled 3 days' journey away from the mountain of law-giving. And it happened that the fire of the Lord burnt among them and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. Numbers 11:1. The Israelites continued on their way. Then came the revolt of Korah and his confederates, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and all Israel were around about them fled at the cry of them. And there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. When they kindled the fire of incense, the vapors which rose out of the cleft in the rock caught the flame and exploded. Unaccustomed to handling this oil, rich in volatile derivatives, the Israelite priests fell victim to the fire. The 2 elder sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, died before the Lord when they offered strange fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. The fire was called strange because it had not been known before and because it was of foreign origin. The priests of Iran worshipped the fire that came out of the ground. The followers of Zoroastrianism and Mazdaism are also called fire worshippers. Fire of the Caucasus was held in great esteem by all the inhabitants of the adjacent lands. Connected with the Caucasus and originating there is the legend of Prometheus. He was chained to a rock for bringing fire to man. The allegorical character of this legend gains meaning when we consider Augustine's words that Prometheus was a contemporary of Moses, 42. Torrents of petroleum poured down upon the Caucasus and were consumed. The smoke of the Caucasus fire was still in the imaginative sight of Ovid 15 centuries later when he described the burning of the world. The continuing fires in Siberia, the Caucasus, and the Arabian desert, and everywhere else were blazes that followed the great conflagration. Of the days when the earth was caught in vapors of carbon and hydrogen, in the centuries that followed, petroleum was worshipped, burned in holy places. It was also used for domestic purposes. When many ages passed, when it was out of use, only in the middle of the last century did man again begin to exploit this oil, partly contributed by the comet of the time of the Exodus. He utilized its gifts, and today its highways are crowded with vehicles propelled by oil. Into the heights rose man, and he accomplished the age-old dream of flying like a bird. For this, too, he uses the remnants of the intruding star that poured fire and sticky vapor upon his ancestors. End of chapter.
The Darkness, Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision, Paradigma Limited Kindle Edition. The Earth entered deeper into the tail of the onrushing comet and approached its body. This approach, if one is to believe the sources, was followed by a disturbance in the rotation of the Earth. Terrific hurricanes swept the Earth because of the change or reversal of the angular velocity of rotation and because of the sweeping gases, dust, and cinders of the comet. Numerous rabbinical sources describe the calamity of darkness.
The material is collated as follows.
Exceedingly strong wind endured 7 days. All the time the land was shrouded in darkness. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, the darkness was so dense that they, the people of
Egypt, could not stir from their place.
Darkness was of such a nature that it could not be dispelled by artificial means. The light of the fire was either extinguished by the violence of storm, or else it was made invisible and swallowed up in the density of the darkness. Nothing could be discerned. None was able to speak or to hear, nor could anyone venture to take food, but they lay themselves down, their outward senses in a trance. Thus they remained, overwhelmed by the affliction. The darkness was of such kind that their eyes were blinded by it and their breath choked. 44 It was, not of ordinary earthly kind. 45 The rabbinical tradition, contradicting the spirit of the scriptural narrative, states that during the plague of darkness the vast majority of the Israelites perished and that only a small fraction of the original Israelite population of Egypt
was spared to leave Egypt.
9 out of every 50 Israelites are said to have perished in this plague. 46 A shrine of black granite found at El Arish on the border of Egypt and Palestine bears a long inscription in hieroglyphics. It reads, "The land was in great affliction. Evil fell on this earth. There was a great upheaval in the residence. Nobody could leave the palace. There was no exit from the palace during 9 days. And during these 9 days of upheaval there was such a tempest that neither men nor gods the royal family could see the faces of those beside them." 47 This record employs the same description of the darkness as Exodus 10:22, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. The difference in the number of the days 3 and 9 of the darkness is reduced in the rabbinical sources, where the time is given as 7 days. The difference between 7 and 9 days is negligible if one considers the subjectivity of the time estimation under such conditions. Appraisal of the darkness with respect to its impenetrability is also subjective. Rabbinical sources say that for part of the time there was a very slight visibility, but for the rest 3 days there was no visibility at all. It should be kept in mind that, as in the case I have already discussed, a day and a night of darkness or light can be described as 1 day or as 2 days. That both sources, the Hebrew and the Egyptian, refer to the same event can be established by another means also. Following the prolonged darkness and the hurricane, the Pharaoh,
according to the hieroglyphic text of the shrine,
pursued the
evildoers
to the place called Pi-Hahiroth. The same place is mentioned in Exodus 14:9, but the Egyptian pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi-Hahiroth. 48 The inscription on the shrine also narrates the death of the Pharaoh during this pursuit under exceptional circumstances, now when the Majesty fought with the this pool, the place of the whirlpool,
evildoers
prevailed not over His Majesty. His Majesty leapt into the place of the whirlpool. This is the same apotheosis described in Exodus 15:19, for the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his oarsmen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. If the Egyptian darkness, was caused by the Earth's stasis or tilting of its axis, and was aggravated by a thin cinder dust from the comet, then the entire globe must have suffered from the effect of these two concurring phenomena. In either the eastern or the western parts of the world there must have been a very extended, gloomy day. Nations and tribes in many places of the globe, to the south, to the north, and to the west of Egypt, have old traditions about a cosmic catastrophe during which the sun did not shine, but in some parts of the world the traditions maintain that the sun did not set for a period of time equal to a few days. Tribes of the Sudan to the south of Egypt refer in their tales to a time when the night would not come to an end. 49 Kalevola, the Epis of the Finns, tells of a time hailstones of iron fell from the sky, and the sun and the moon disappeared, were stolen from the sky and did not appear again. In their stead, after a period of darkness, a new sun and a new moon were placed in the sky. 50 Caius Julius Solinus writes that, following the deluge which is reported to have occurred in the days of Ogyges, a heaven night spread over the globe. 51 In the manuscripts of Avila and Molina, who collected the traditions of the Indians of the New World, it is related that the sun did not appear for 5 days. A cosmic collision of stars preceded the cataclysm. People and animals tried to escape to mountain caves. Scarcely had they reached there when the sea, breaking out of bounds following a terrifying shock, began to rise on the Pacific coast. But as the sea rose, filling the valleys and the plains around, the mountain of Ankasmarkad
rose too like a ship on the waves. During the 5 days that this cataclysm lasted, the sun did not show its face and the earth remained in darkness. 52 Thus the traditions of the Peruvians describe a time when the sun did not appear for 5 days. In the upheaval, the earth changed its profile, and the sea fell upon the land. 53 East of Egypt, in
was not gone over, and that is, what is a supernova? And I'm going to play this video by Mr. Thornhill and another one after it by Mr. Talbot, and then I'm going to give some closing thoughts, and we can move on from the sun. But I strongly recommend watching the videos that are attached down in the description, because you can't get the full story from me. I'm just trying to point it out. The connection between the past cataclysms and the universe are very important, because when you make that connection, you can just put it all together. And when you watch anything in ancient history, this puts it in a completely different context. And you know about everything that has gone down the way that I think it has through the electric universe and the purple dawn of creation. It paints a completely different picture. I know that it's the urge to personify is great, and there may very well have been beings or a higher civilization. I have no doubt in that. There was something going on there. But this paints a totally different picture of what was going on in the solar system. I really recommend watching these videos and any of the Electric Universe videos that I have in my playlist, if this topic interests you. Saturn, the ocean, and the flood. Of Saturn I intended already, for some 2 decades, to write in a volume, Saturn and the Flood, in which, as the title discloses, I would endeavor to identify this planet as the prime cause of the greatest of all catastrophes in human history, the universal flood, or deluge. This part of Worlds in Collision was conceived and drafted together with the parts dealing with Venus and Mars. But the elaboration of details was postponed, and other labors claimed my attention. I am still before work unfinished. I will, however, disclose in a few sentences what is the subject of that part of reconstruction of world history. The age that man later called the age of Kronos, Saturn, was remembered with nostalgia as the age of bliss. It was the earliest age of which man retained some, however dim, memories, but farther into the past, the dimness amounts almost to darkness. Saturn was also a more massive body than it is now, possibly of the volume of Jupiter, whereas now proportion is approximately 7:13. At a date that I would be hard put to task to identify, even with about then 10,000 years ago, Saturn was disturbed by Jupiter and exploded. Actually became a nova. The solar system and reaches beyond it were illuminated by the exploded star, and in a matter of a week the Earth was enveloped in waters of Saturnian origin. Told in such brevity, the story sounds fantastic. I had the choice not to mention these events here at all, or to refer to them and ask indulgence on the part of the readers for having said something unusual, and at the same time ask them to wait for a detailed narrative at some intermediate time. I selected the latter. I have already mentioned that the major planets were in some way connected with earlier cataclysms, one of which was the deluge. When in 1946 the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was first offered to the publishers, Macmillan and Company, New York, it contained the story of the deluge and of the catastrophe that terminated the Old Kingdom in Egypt. But at the suggestion of the reader for the publishing company, the book should have concentrated on one event. We compromised and presented the published volume in 2 series of catastrophes. Those that took place in the 15th century before the present era and were caused by near approaches of Venus, and those which occurred in the 8th century before this era and were caused by close approaches of Mars. The unused material was left for collaboration in the 2 volumes, Saturn and the Flood and Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. With this hardly even a summary as told on this page, I should possibly dispel any misconception as to what is the design of my manuscript is slow in the making. As to predictions, I could make several, and I offer them cognizant of the fact that a prediction in science needs to be elaborated on, the reasons that led to it. I assumed in the first place that the planet Saturn must contain water to the extent that it is a water planet. It is also possible that water that have enveloped the Earth following the explosion of Saturn was at least partly formed by hydrogen combining with oxygen of the terrestrial atmosphere. There are indications that I intend to discuss in my book on the deluge which point toward a sudden drop in oxygen content in the terrestrial atmosphere. But the fact that comets were observed consisting of water, ice, according to their spectral picture, permits the conclusion that water, ready-made, came from the planetary nova. Actually, in years subsequent to my concept of Worlds in Collision, water was identified as present on Saturn. Further, I assume that sodium chloride, or common salt, as an ingredient of the Saturnian atmosphere, Geophysicists have long wondered as to the origin of salt in the ocean. Sodium could have been derived from terrestrial rocks, but they are poor in chlorine. To some extent, chlorine in oceans could have come from volcanic eruptions, but it would require eruptions on an almost unimaginable scale to produce all of the chlorine locked in the salt of the oceans. The ancient traditions of deluge refer also to the water arriving from space as salty and warm. I have thought also of free chlorine, not combined into salt, on Saturn, but it is possible that vegetable life, at least, is present on Saturn, and free chlorine would interfere with vegetation. The reasons, though not compelling, for this assumption of vegetation on Saturn are also reserved for the detailed discussion. The tradition found in ancient texts refers to innumerable new forms of life in animal and plant kingdom following the flood, which could have been solely a result of multiple mutations. But there exists in ancient lore an ever-recurring association of seeds and new plant forms with Saturn, Osiris, Tammuz, and Kronos, all of whom I understand as personifications of the planet Saturn. In recent years, I have chanced to read the view of Joseph Shklovsky, a Russian astrophysicist, that a nova would be a source of cosmic rays even thousands of years after the explosion. Shklovsky and his collaborators offered the suggestion that at some past time the Earth, or the entire solar system, passed through clouds of cosmic rays, resulting from a nova star that caused the extinction of various forms of life on Earth, dinosaurs and others. This thought found an echo in me because the same thoughts had been put on paper by me 2 decades earlier. But their assumption that cosmic rays may be discharged by a nova thousands of years after the explosion led me to think that if such is the case, Saturn may still emit cosmic rays, if by now only of low energy. Therefore, when asked at some college gatherings what new prediction I would make, and desirous to tell something that, in case of detection, could not be ascribed to a lucky guess, I volunteered to suggest that there is a good chance that Saturn emits low-energy cosmic rays. This on the assumption that the Russians were right in saying that a nova would still be sending out such radiation after so long a period. Finally, Saturn must emit more heat than it receives from the Sun. Reasons for such conditions of Saturn are at least 2. First, the residual heat of the catastrophe in which Saturn was derailed from its orbit. Second, the radioactivity that resulted from the catastrophe must still be pronounced on Saturn. In addition, Saturn can be regarded as a star and may have some mechanisms that make our Sun burn with intense light. Because the surface clouds of Saturn are cold and the distance of Saturn from the Sun renders the heat from this source very limited, the conclusion was drawn that Saturn must be very cold, frozen to its core. We came to a different conclusion, also concerning the temperature of Saturn below the surface cloud layer. In 1966, Dr. K.I. Kellerman described in Icarus the surprising fact that Saturn, at the wavelength of 21.3 centimeters, shows a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which cannot be explained by solar radiation. It will be found of still higher temperature. The rings are formations of less than 10 or 12,000 years old. They must consist largely of water in the form of ice. But since the ancient lore all around the world tells us that it was Jupiter who put these rings around Saturn, they may have some other components too. Since these lines were written, spectroscopic study of the Saturnian rings has revealed that they consist mainly of water in the form of ice. 1966. Sodium chloride and cosmic rays are 2 phenomena still waiting to be investigated. Therefore, I presented to Dr. H. Hess, in his capacity as chairman of the Space Board of National Academy of Science, a memorandum dated September 11th, 1963. Subsequently submitted also to Dr. Homer Newell in his capacity as director of NASA. I included these lines concerning Saturn. Saturn tests should be devised for detection of low-energy cosmic rays emanating from Saturn, especially during the weeks before and after a conjunction of Earth-Jupiter-Saturn. Chlorine should be looked for in the Saturnian spectrum of absorption. His reference here is, interestingly, for certain reasons, G. Kuiper assumed in recent years that Saturn originally was of a mass equal to that of Jupiter. Sky and Telescope, March 1959. It must have been at the very beginning of my occupation with the problems later developed in my books and in not yet published manuscripts that I came upon the question of the origin of salts in the sea and oceans. The common salt is a substantial ingredient of oceanic content, or, said differently, the water of the oceans and the seas contains a substantial solution of NaC1, or sodium chloride, even though our blood and tissues abound in sodium chloride. Man and animals are not adapted to drink salty water, and life on land could develop only thanks to the evaporation of the water from the surface of the seas and the oceans, or to distillation. The evaporating water is free from its salts, falling as rain or snow or dew. It feeds underground sources and also glaciers, and through them the brooks and the rivers and lakes is delivered to our use, usually through concrete tubes and metal pipes. Of the salts of the sea, sodium chloride is by far the most abundant. The provenance of it is, however, a riddle. It was, and still is, assumed that the salts in the ocean originated mainly through the importation from land, having been dissolved from rocks by flowing rivulets and rivers, themselves fed by underground sources, and the same process working on the rocks of the seabed. Terrestrial formations are rich in sodium, and in eons of time, it is assumed, the sodium washed out of the rocks supplied its content to the oceans. The seas evaporate, and the concentration of these salts grows, but the rocks are by far not so rich in chlorine, and hence the problem. From where did chlorine come to contribute its abundance to oceanic water? There is chlorine in source water, but usually not in significant amounts. The proportion of salts in the rivers is very different from their population in the seas. River water has many carbonates, 80% of the salts, fewer sulfates, 13%, and still fewer chlorides, 7%. Seawater has many chlorides, 89%, fewer sulfides, 10%, and only a few carbonates, 0.2%. The comparison of these figures makes it clear that rivers cannot be made responsible for most of the salts of the seas. Therefore, it is also obvious that there is no proper way of calculating the age of the Earth. By comparing the amount of salts in the seas with the annual discharge by the rivers, the most that can be done in this respect is to calculate the rich amount of carbonates in the rivers and in relation to the relatively poor concentration to these salts in the seas. But then there will be no explanation for the rich amount of chlorides in the seas in comparison with their poor concentration in the rivers. Part of the salts could be traced to the washing of lands and the floor of the seas. Chlorine is also known to be discharged by volcanoes, but to account for the chlorine locked in the seas, volcanic eruptions, whether on land or under the surface of the seas, needed to have taken place on an unimaginable scale. Actually, it was figured out on an impossible scale. Thus, it was acknowledged that the provenance of chlorine salts in the seas is a problem unsolved. Paleontological research makes it rather apparent that marine animals, in some early age, were more closely related to freshwater fauna. In other words, the salinity of the oceans increased markedly at some age in the past. The most obvious and permanent effect of a deluge of extraterrestrial origin on the Earth would be the increase in its water volume and of the place occupied by the seas. Presently, 4/5 of the Earth are covered with water. A stupendous addition of water to the Earth should have decreased, not increased, its salinity, if the water came down in a pure state. But if the Earth was showered by torrents of hydrogen and water, some other ingredients of the Saturnian atmosphere could also have swept across the Earth's orbit. In the Buddhist book on the world cycles, the Visuddhimagga, where the catastrophes that terminated the world ages are described, it is said, "But when a world cycle perishes by water, there arises a cycle-destroying great cloud of salt water. At first it rains with a very fine rain, which gradually increases to great torrents, which fill 100,000 times 10 million worlds. And then the mountain peaks of the earth become flooded with saltish water and hidden from view, and the water is buoyed up on all sides by the wind and rises upward from the earth until it engulfs the heavens." Volcanoes, which were active during the cataclysm of the deluge and during other cosmic upheavals, vomited sulfur, chlorine, and carbonates, and contributed to the composition of the salts of the oceans. Carbonates fell on Earth in large quantities. In some of the upheavals, certainly in one which took place in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, at the very end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, an upheaval described in detail in Worlds in Collision. But a major portion of the chlorine in which the oceans are so rich must have come from an extraterrestrial source. My explanation for the origin of a large portion of the salts of the seas suggests that Saturn is rich not only in water, but also in chlorine, either in the form of sodium chloride or in some other combination, or even atomic-free. The last solution of atomic-free chlorine appeared chemically and biologically somewhat difficult to contemplate, because chlorine is a very active element, seeking ties with other elements. Biologically, because it would be damaging to any plant life. Yet there are other indications which point to the possibility of plant life on Saturn. And as references, Visuddhimagga, the knowledge that the water of the oceans came from the most part from Saturn, and that the waters were salty, was combined by the Greeks into a metaphor which has the sea being the tear of Kronos. This tradition originated with the Pythagorean school and may derive ultimately from Egypt. Plutarch. According to what the Pythagoreans say, the sea is the tear of Kronos. Clement of Alexandria. This the Pythagoreans believe, comparing the sea to a tear of Kronos. The same is found in a fragment of Aristotle in the edition of V. Rose, 1886, Life of Pythagoras. Star of the Sun. Saturn is not a conspicuous planet in the sky. Were it not for its sluggish movement, an unaided eye would hardly distinguish it from the surrounding stars. In many ancient sources, Saturn is called Sun. The usual name for Saturn in Chaldean astronomy, Alab-Shamas or Alap-Shamas, meaning star of the sun. Diodorus of Sicily reported that the Chaldeans called Kronos Saturn by the name Helios, or the sun, and he explained that this was because Saturn was the most conspicuous of the planets. Hyginus also wrote that Saturn was called Sol. 3. In the Babylonian astronomical text, the word Shamash, sun, was used to designate Saturn. We learn from the notes written by the astrologers that the word sun, we must understand the star of the sun, i.e. Saturn. Ninib was the Babylonian name for Saturn. Ninib, in various places, is said to shine like the sun. He was known as Utgalu, the great son of storms. The Greeks used to call Saturn Phanon, the shining one. If Saturn was always as inconspicuous as it is at present, what could have caused the races of antiquity, as if by common consent, to give to Saturn the appellative Sun, or the Shining One? ? The astrologers certainly must have found it increasingly contrary to reason to associate the star that gives us light and life with one of the palest and slowest of the planets. The folk etymology of the Hebrews explained the name Kema as meaning about 100 Kemia stars. Kemia stars.
Bhagavad Gita.
The Bhagavad Gita contains the following description of a deity. If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One, the Shatterer of worlds. All that we have considered up to now indicates that Saturn once exploded in a nova-like burst of light. The date of this event I would be hard put to specify, even approximately, but possibly it took place 10,000 years ago. The solar system and reaches beyond it were illuminated by the exploding star. In a matter of a week, the Earth was enveloped in waters of Saturnian origin. And there's his references. Everything he puts down is referenced, well, by all mainstream scientists. It's up so much. Celeria venerea.
This is an experiment I carried out in Melbourne at the Telecommunications Research Laboratories, where they test the effects of lightning on various materials and equipment. The scientist there, Ed Bondarenko, although he'd retired, he still had access to his laboratory, and so I was able to arrange for him to do some experiments for us to demonstrate some of the things that happen in space. What we have here is a normal drink can. The top has been removed. That's only to stop it from exploding. Here, this red enclosed object is a coil with just a few turns of very heavy copper pipe, and it's connected to an electrode here. Underneath, you can just see the insulators, and there's a heavy-duty capacitor that stores an awful lot of electricity in that. So when this circuit is closed here, the current flows through the coil. This can experiences a powerful magnetic field, and you can see what happens. Unfortunately, there was just a little noise from my computer, but it was deafening. And this is the result. That's called an electromagnetic pinch. I can run that again. And you see this is very hot too. I had to sort of toss it around a bit until it cooled. So an electromagnetic pinch is very good at gathering any conducting plasma, because remember the metal in this case takes the place of a plasma, constrict it and twist it. This is exactly what happens to form a spiral galaxy. And this is from one of the textbooks on plasma cosmology. And it shows the formation of spiral galaxy, because that's one of the big questions. How or why is it that when you look into the sky, most of the galaxies you see are this beautiful spiral shape? Gravity can't explain that. What happens is you have these Birkeland current filaments in space. Although they're coloured here, they're invisible at this stage. And this is sort of a cross-section through the two with the magnetic field arrangement. At 20 million years, two current filaments are drawn close together because the current is flowing in the same direction. And when you have the current flowing in two wires in the same direction, they are drawn together. And the force is a 1/r force, for those who know their physics, instead of a 1/r squared force, which means that it gathers material over a much greater volume than gravity ever could. Now, because of the difference in mass of a proton and an electron, the result is that the two move slightly differently, and the result is a twisting action. So the two come together and start twisting. That's these green areas, just to give you an example. And this happens at about 100 million years. At 120 million years, not only are they twisting around one another, but they're beginning to form a tadpole shape, like this. And at 500 million years, the complete spiral is visible. Now, these are computer simulations of what happens. And that's the electromagnetic pinch effect in deep space, and it forms spiral galaxies naturally. Doesn't require dark matter, black holes or anything. It's just electrical engineering. So plasma experiments show that the spiral form is a natural result when two cosmic Birkeland currents intersect. A spiral galaxy is the grandest visible form of plasma discharge in the universe. And that's a completely new way of looking at things. This is just a bit of extra information. I won't dwell on it. It gives you the geometry and the dimensions of the Birkeland currents and so on. But this is the computer simulation. You start here, they gradually begin to twist, they begin to form this tadpole shape, and then they form the grand spiral arms. The simulations don't show you that there is a matter sump at the centre, which is the coolest spot, and that forms the galaxy bulge. And this gives you an idea of the currents involved. The average galactic Birkeland current is 10 to the 19 amps. That's 10 with 19 zeros after. And it's also called after alpha in the galactic current. And the radiated synchrotron power is 10 to the 37 watts. It's mind-boggling. When you get this electromagnetic pinch in deep space, it takes on a particular form. This has been observed in that Z-pinch machine that I mentioned before. The Z-pinch refers to the fact that the experiment is carried out with the can and the discharge taking place in the vertical direction, which is the Z-axis, if you like. Being an American machine, they call it a Z-pinch. And this is the complex form that the particles move in inside that Z-pinch. It is a filamentation instability, it's called. So you get these beams in a ring, and concentric rings, and then the main central current column was down here, that purple bit there. It has the unique property of producing concentration of matter. So this is what happens in stars by a process called Markland convection, named after the guy who figured out that the heavy elements would sink to the centre. This is interesting in relation to stars. When you form a star, what do you find on the outermost atmosphere? Hydrogen and helium. The electric sun, because, as I said earlier, stars are formed in this plasma pinch, electromagnetic pinch. The result of that is that the core is made up of heavy elements. So it can be a solid or a liquid body. Out here is the photosphere, and that is purely an electrical discharge phenomenon, familiar to those who work on arc lighting and that kind of thing. And then beyond that is the chromosphere, and beyond that is the corona, this white area. Now, of course, the puzzle has always been that the further you get from this photosphere, the hotter it gets. It's 5,000 degrees here, roughly, 10,000 degrees here, 1,000,000 degrees here, and 20 million out here. Well, what fireplace do you know gets hotter the further away you get from it? Now, this has been a huge puzzle for astrophysicists, but they've invented all sorts of weird and wonderful ideas as to how you get the energy from here out to there without affecting here. Okay, so this is an electric star. It has a core which would look like a giant planet if you could strip all this atmosphere and electrical activity away. And that's important because the Proto-Saturnian model says that Saturn was, until recently, a dwarf star. The electric discharge becomes strongest close to the Sun, heating the thin atmosphere to 1,000,000 degrees or more. And the superheated corona is a familiar glow discharge phenomenon recognised by high voltage engineers. In fact, you get a corona discharge from those high voltage transmission lines under favourable weather conditions. Now we generalise this and say, okay, if this is the picture for the Sun, what about these red giants and white dwarfs and all these kind of things? All stars are lit like the lights of a great city at night. They're lit at great distances from where their power is being generated. If anyone's flown over Las Vegas at night, it's lit up like a Christmas tree, but all of the power comes from hundreds of miles away from the Hoover Dam. In the same way, a galaxy is getting its power from intergalactic space, and the stars participate in that because they're part of the circuit. And because the star acts as a focus, you have a Z-pinch effect in the current stream. And this has only recently been discovered by satellites and deep space spacecraft that have found energetic neutral atoms, they call them, coming from outside the solar system, and they're absolutely astounded. They're coming from a ring around the Sun. And remember I said the Z-pinch is a cylindrical discharge? What they're seeing is the solar wind going out to this cylinder, interacting just like that supernova with those filaments and being projected back into the solar system. Giants and dwarfs. The usual story is that stars consume their fuel. In other words, they self-immolate. They consume their own body, and in the process they change. And that change can be to giants or dwarfs, depending on the size of the original star. The story is incredibly complicated, and they continually find anomalies when they look closely at certain kinds of stars. What's more, the story is complex and it's unverifiable. because what they're talking about are things that are happening inside a star, and you cannot see what's happening inside a star. Red giants are huge only because their glowing anode sheaths, in other words their atmosphere, which is electrified, has swollen. It's grown bigger because it's not collecting enough current from the surroundings, and to do that it increases the size of its anode. It's increasing its surface area in space. Plasma has an almost lifelike ability to adjust to its surroundings, and it does so in all sorts of interesting ways. So this is a picture of the various star types. You have a red dwarf, main sequence, blue giant, white dwarf, red giant. A red dwarf is a small star. In fact, the centre of this star is probably no bigger than Jupiter, or maybe a couple of Jupiters in size. But the other type of red star is the red giant below, and we'll get to that in a minute. But you'll notice I've drawn them the same. And the reason for that is it's essentially the same mechanism. They're the same kind of star. And red dwarfs are not really dwarfs. They're only called dwarfs because by the theory says they should be. A main sequence star, like our own sun, has what's called tufted anode effects, which gives you the photosphere and gives you that granulation. It's a controlled discharge. It's one that has a transistor effect. That layer adjusts to keep the heat and light output fairly constant, even while the power input changes. The blue giant is a large star under high electrical stress. It's like having an arc light turn the power up on an arc light, and it goes from white to blue-white. The spectrum shifts. And a red giant, the normal star under low electrical stress, develops a bloated, glowing plasma sheath. And the white dwarf is a normal star in direct contact with the space plasma, and it has low luminosity. Recently it was discovered that jets were emitting from a brown dwarf, but they're supposed to be low energy failed stars. In other words, there was not sufficient energy in them to drive such a thing. However, astronomers found jets coming out from the 24 Jupiter mass brown dwarf. This is an artist's rendition. The jets stretch about 1 billion kilometres, and the material is rushing away from the brown dwarf with a speed of a few kilometres a second. The jets and the expulsion disk fit the electric Z-pinch model of stars. In other words, the jets and the disk are all explicable in terms of the electrical model of formation of stars.
Do that. So, let's see. So are you saying that the whole thing we've been doing with astronomy, cosmology is kind of missing the way the whole thing works in a sense?
Yes.
Well, how can you, how would you know that you're correct and the people you work with, and a lot of people and the other guys got it wrong? I mean, how do you know that?
The easiest way is to see the number of times you see headlines of reports from scientists and astronomers in particular, where they are surprised or even shocked by the results that come back. They're unexpected. Whereas I've been able to predict some of these unexpected results, sometimes years in advance, and quite often they've been outrageously at odds with what the astronomers themselves were expecting.
Now give us an example of that.
Yeah, I was going to say the best example was the impact of the projectile with the comet, called the Deep Impact Experiment. And I predicted as soon as they announced it that most of the things that were actually found and were a surprise to astronomers. There was the initial flash, which I said would be a result of the approach of a metal object at high speed to a charged comet. And then the outburst itself was unexpectedly bright, so bright in fact that they were unable to perform the main experiment, and that was to look at the crater after the impact. They had to make a return visit, and when they did the return visit, even then the crater didn't meet expectations, but it did meet my expectations and my predictions.
And your predictions were what?
My prediction was that the projectile would hit a rocky surface and therefore there would be very little cratering. Most of the outburst that occurred, I said, was an electrical phenomenon. If you splatter copper, metal, across a charged object, then whatever discharge activity was taking place on that nucleus at the time would have been concentrated at that point, and therefore you would have got a much greater effect than you would expect from just a physical impact. And that, of course, is what happened.
And so the folks that are using the gravity model, you knew that what they were going to expect with this particular thing was not going to happen, and it didn't.
Yes, that's right.
Huh. And so,
Yeah.
so I'm still trying to understand the difference.
The difference was that the astronomers expected at the time that they would have a simple physical impact.
Just like,
and you can calculate the energy that would be involved. And I said, no, the outburst would be far more energetic. And also there would be this initial flash, this lightning flash, it's like walking across the carpet and grabbing a metal knob in a dry atmosphere. In this case, the copper projectile was approaching at a very high speed, so there was no chance of any adjustment in voltage before the copper projectile and the comet met.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, there would be this spark, at least. I said there'd be some kind of electrical flash. And the flash was observed. I was listening to the control room at the time, and great surprise was expressed. After the event, it was explained away as being due to a crust which was pierced by the projectile. But when the return visit occurred by the spacecraft to have a look at the impact, so the result was that they could hardly see a crater. So certainly there was no crust for it to burst through, but there's been no acknowledgement of the fact that their original explanation didn't work. It's more or less been forgotten that there was this initial flash. You don't see any mention of it. But that should have been sufficiently surprising, and my prediction 4 years in advance should have been worthy of a headline somewhere. And in fact, Time magazine picked up on it, and the editors in Australia chased me up for a story, but then it was rejected because somebody went to an expert and said, no, that's impossible. Unfortunately, this is the way things work when you come up with a big challenge to establish paradigms. No amount of evidence is good enough to shift that paradigm.
Not gravitational stuff is going on, but electrical stuff? Can it be put that simply, Walt?
Well, it's the sort of culmination of 40 or 50 years looking into these problems. Gravity certainly exists. The problem is we don't understand it. And what has become apparent to me is that gravity and magnetism are all just manifestations of the electric force. In other words, all the matter in the universe is made up of positive and negative charge, and even the neutrons themselves are made up of positive and negative charge. And because they cannot occupy the same position in space at any instant, there is slight leftover electrical forces. It's called dipole forces because the matter itself may be neutral, but the fact that the positive and negative charge is slightly separated will give you this dipole electric force. And the ideas in that sort of developed over many years because there have been people in the past, scholars in the past, who've proposed the idea that not only atoms are made up of positive and negative charge, but the actual subatomic particles themselves, the electron, the proton, the neutron, the things that the normal matter that we see is made up of, are also composites. And with that simple idea, it's a kind of repeated pattern, like the atomic structure within atomic structure, if you like. Just that simple pattern repeated is enough to give you some of the answers about magnetism and gravity.
Yeah.
And it's just an odd thing to think that in this day and age, the nature of those forces is still regarded as somewhat mysterious, and yet we base our entire cosmology on those forces, magnetism and gravity.
Huh.
I feel quite privileged to be able to come to England and to pay tribute to David and also to Elizabeth. They've been great friends over quite a few years now. They visited us in Canberra on one occasion, and we visited them on many occasions when we've come to England. I particularly like this photograph. It should be a painting, I think. Okay, so David and I, most of our correspondence, which stretched over quite a few years, was about this collinear arrangement of planets, also known as the Proto-Saturnian story. So what I thought I'd do first is to just give you some impression of how I got involved in all of this. I was, of course, inspired by Velikovsky, not long after the first book was published, Worlds in Collision. So I went into university as a total skeptic, which I think is a great way to be at university. I managed to survive through till the postgraduate year and then gave up, realising there's no place for a heretic in academia. Anyway, many years later, I made first contact with the SIS in 1979. I was working for the Australian government at the Australian High Commission in London, and I organised to meet with Harold Tresman and Roy McKinnon. You can see in that photo, that was in a cafe in Tottenham Court Road. And we discussed my possible involvement in the SIS. At that stage, I didn't know that a little over, well, less than 2 years later, I would be posted to London for 3 years. At that first visit in 1979, I met up with Malcolm Lowry because I'd been corresponding with him about a possible article for the SIS Review, and he encouraged me, and my very first article published in the SIS Review was due to him. It was about the recent evidence for Venus having been a new planet. Now, to do with Saturn in particular, 1977 marked the beginning of publications about Saturn, but I don't think I took a great deal of notice at the time. The 3 articles that came out, written by David Talbot, Brodie Cardona, and jointly by Harold Tresman and Bernard Newgrosh, who was under the pen name of Brendan O'Gagan, I seem to recall. It was Emmanuel Velikovsky in that short article in Chronos, Volume 5, Number 1, that really made me think about it, because that was such an incredible leap from anything I'd heard before. But somehow, intuitively, I sensed that there was something to be investigated there, and that it did, in some ways, make good sense. The essay itself was based upon a lecture given by Velikovsky at the University of the New World Valais, Switzerland, in 1971, but it referred back to an article that he'd written called Saturn and the Flood back in the 1940s. So it has quite a history. In 1980, David Talbot published The Saturn Myth, which gave his reconstruction of what was seen in the ancient skies. I bought that book, and it was years later that somebody asked me if they could have a copy too. And that put me in touch with David Talbot once again, and from there, the collaboration which has resulted in the Thunderbolts group in the US, that was born. My first real contacts, apart from the early meetings of the SIS in the early 80s, where I first met David and discovered that he was a man who was not to be put off by anything when he was inspired with an idea. When I came back in the late 80s on a second posting to London, which is highly unusual, I was involved both times with the committee. And there's a few photos here just as a reminder of some of the people who were involved at that time. David Roth, you can see. There's Bernard Newgrosh, Derek Shelley-Pearce and Alan Newby in the small cameos on the left. And of course Jill Avery features in the background. As Barry mentioned in an earlier address, David wasn't afraid of controversy. He defended Peter Warlow's elegant, and I think it was elegant, tip-top Earth inversion model against both the sceptics and the pseudo-sceptics, amongst whom I count Tim Thompson, who many of you know. And I thought that was an excellent piece of work. But David wrote to me about this question of external electromagnetic influences as being a driver for that tip-top or a trigger to cause the inversion of the Earth. And I think that's the most likely explanation. Because apart from the idea that the crust may be uncoupled from the core, because the core is supposed to be liquid, there is the issue that if the magnetic field of the Earth is largely due to the rotation of a charged body, and that rotation does not change in direction, then the magnetic field will not change, even if that body is inverted by the tip-top mechanism. So these are the sorts of things that David and I corresponded about. This is my first memory of the new house. I rather like it. I've actually printed a copy of this picture that I found on my archives and handed it to Elizabeth. They were good times. I've spoken on behalf of Eduardo earlier, and his address at the last Thunderbolts conference in the US was actually titled Strangers in a Foreign Galaxy. But I thought I'd just tone that down a little because that's even more extreme than the idea that Proto-Saturn was just captured from the stars of our own galaxy. But he had arguments as to why he thought this might be the case for Proto-Saturn. I must say the Thunderbolts conferences are a real event to put on your calendar if you can possibly get to them. The next one is in March in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We've been to that venue before and it works extremely well for us. And the people who speak to us after the conference say they've never been to a conference like it, because it doesn't matter what you're interested in, there's practically a speaker there who will address that issue. Not only that, all of the speakers converge in their ideas, and this is typical of the electric universe. Eduardo, of course, has published a number of books in a never-ending series, it seems, and Godstar is one of them, which is about this idea that Proto-Saturn, we call it Proto-Saturn because the planet we see today does not look anything like the object that it was before in its past history. I spent decades trying to figure out how you would get a linear arrangement of planets that could be dynamically stable. When I first went to Portland in 1994 to address the meeting that David Talbot had organised, the first international conference on the Saturn story, I had really at that stage no idea how this configuration that he was describing would work, except that I could see that the details that he'd deduced from the evidence showed that it was electrical discharges in a plasma that was involved. It took a long while to get over the idea that Einstein knew what gravity was all about, and in ditching that, to find a modified version of gravity. I mean, Newton had the sense not to propose a theory. He just described what gravity does in mathematical terms. The result of that has been in the last few years what I call electrically modified Newtonian dynamics. And that hinges on the fact that when you put charge on a planet or a star or extract charge to any great degree, the actual apparent mass and gravity of that star or planet will change. And it works in a very simple way so that it's possible, using this EMOND, electrically modified Newtonian dynamics, to explain how you end up with a stable system of many bodies orbiting the Sun after a very short period of time when chaos reigned. And this was something that had never been done before. And it's such a simple theory that I think it has considerable value. So this electrically modified Newtonian dynamics then helped explain the electrical capture of Proto-Saturn into the Sun system, the avoidance of planets of each other, and rapid orbit stabilisation. It also explains the transition of the captured system from a brown dwarf system of planets to a gas giant and scattered objects within the solar system. It's interesting to note that the most recent National Geographic has the usual story, and that is our wild, wild solar system. And you see a Mars-sized object colliding with the Earth to provide us with a moon. This story is so incredible and impossible that it just fits together with the other theories about how the solar system was formed, all of which don't work. There's been various models of this polar configuration. One of them was put forward by Bob Grubauer at that 1994 meeting in Portland. And that was very clever, but I thought it was a very special kind of arrangement which had Jupiter as the sort of counterweight to this line of planets. It fulfilled the requirements of David Talbot's reconstruction and also Eduardo's, that Earth was one of Saturn's satellites initially. This thing was called the barbell model, but it required that the whole system rotated once. This line rotated once in each year, so it went around like this around the sun, which is a very special condition. I didn't like it, but Dave Talbot at that stage had been interested enough to see any explanation that it resurrected his interest in continuing, because he'd been rather discouraged by the sheer apparent impossibility of what he had reconstructed in the Saturn myth. You know, the usual old story, I don't have to go through that, you see it endlessly on television and so on, with gravitational collapse, and somehow or another it forms a disk of gas and dust. Somehow or another that forms planets, although Saturn's ring doesn't form anything at present. And also every new discovery of exoplanets has the theory discredited, this theory discredited. To begin with, they began to find super Jupiters, hot Jupiters, orbiting very close to the star. Well, according to this theory, they cannot exist except at some distance away from the star where those light gases aren't dispersed. So then they came up with migration of the planets, and it's got to the point now where we must have had another gas giant in our own solar system to be able to explain Neptune, because Neptune can't have formed where it is now, so it must have been knocked out there by a gas giant that no longer exists. It's getting just that crazy. On the right-hand side, you'll see a miniature solar system. This is the kind of thing that's being discovered. Red dwarfs have their own little planetary systems. But there's more to it than that, because the electric universe says we don't even understand our own star, and that stars are an electrical phenomenon themselves. And therefore, what is a red dwarf? Well, let's look at giant red stars, which we can see quite easily. Betelgeuse is a good example. Betelgeuse is so distended that if it was in the solar system, Jupiter would be orbiting just beneath the surface of that star. When I say that, these stars vary in radius for unknown reasons, and also have spots, hot spots, which are also unexplained. The electric universe says all red stars are giants, so there's no such thing as a red dwarf. A faint red star is still gigantic compared to a bright star. And the reason for that is that a red star has its plasma envelope expands to try and collect more electrons from the surrounding plasma to satisfy the discharge of that body at the centre. And so this red sphere of plasma is glowing at the outer periphery, largely, because that's where the electrons are accelerated. And inside, you've got a very thin gas. It's been said that the planets could quite easily orbit inside Betelgeuse's atmosphere because it's so thin. So you can have a planetary system inside a star. And this is an idea that fits the work of Dwight Cardona in particular, about the earliest recollections of mankind about the light in the sky, the even temperatures and so on. So these all red stars have a bloated glowing plasma shell. If Jupiter's plasmasphere was visible, if it was glowing, it would appear as big as the full moon in the sky at night, and yet it's a huge distance further away than the moon, just to give you an idea. So satellites may orbit within that plasmasphere, And in this case, it's my contention that red dwarfs are the most likely place to find life in the universe, because here you have even heating of all the bodies orbiting within this plasma shell. It's like an incubator. The central star has a tendency to flare and throw off material into that atmosphere just to adjust to the electrical environment. And the early recollections are of a mist falling to the Earth continually. So the origin of the water on the Earth can be explained in this case, and also the icy satellites of the other gas giants. Where did all this water come from? And particularly on the Earth, I mean, we've got a huge amount of water, and in our position in the solar system, the standard theory says the sun should have blown that away. So there's an ad hoc theory that comets must have hit the Earth and produced the water, but now they find that the deuterium signature is wrong. So on and on it goes. This is a much simpler story. So, as I said, even red dwarf stars are gigantic. And the Earth, if it was orbiting, as I've shown here, inside that glowing plasma shell, every square metre on the surface of the Earth would receive the same amount of radiation, radiant energy. What's more, the colour of the light would tend to be purple, because you get UV and the violet end of the spectrum and the red end of the spectrum from this plasma. And that's the recollection of mankind, the purple dawn of creation. And the light was dim. Nowadays we know that red light is very conducive to photosynthesis. And what did we have? Huge forests covering the Earth in the polar regions as well. So all of the conditions are fulfilled here to explain all of these apparent anomalies. So this is a slide which sort of summarises the sun's environment to give us an idea of what proto-Saturn must have encountered as it approached our sun. It's not simple. In the early days when David and I were corresponding, trying to figure it out, we both came to roughly the same kind of figures, about a century or less for proto-Saturn to approach the sun, enter the heliosphere, and then break up. But when you look at this on the left-hand side, you can see what's called a planetary nebula. Now, these planetary nebulae are special cases where the circuit that drives the star is a light, and you can actually trace it. You can see it. And I've blown up the tiny bit at the centre, which is where the star is, and when you blow that up and then you go inside that, you find the heliosphere, and you see that the sun's heliosphere is actually a tiny part of a much bigger circuit. So proto-Saturn approaching the sun could have taken a very long time indeed, much more than centuries. And the effects on it would have been variable depending on where in this circuit it happened to be at the time. And one of the things that, as I said, a red dwarf star does to accommodate to its environment is to flare. And that's one of Dwight's tomes is called Flare Star, because that's the memory of mankind as well. This is taken on one of our many visits to the new house. Very many fond memories. And I have a saying, I think, that came from the Reader's Digest, that David was one of my most unforgettable characters. You know how you have certain people in your life that have an influence way beyond the ordinary? And David was one of those people. And with Elizabeth, wonderful hosts. And David was an indefatigable correspondent. I have many of his letters at home. I'm afraid I was rather lazy. I would wait till I came over and saw him face to face before I answered his questions. I've also got David to thank through Lee here for being invited to the Bath Royal Literary and Scientific Institute just in 2010, I think it was, to address the audience there. My view has always been that the electric universe will only take root by networking, and that is the more people we can address in as many venues as possible and via the internet, that's the chance for the future. That's the way things will happen. In fact, I think it's almost amazing how technology and this new paradigm have sort of grown together, because we definitely require the connectedness of the internet to demonstrate the connectedness of the electric universe. Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much. We have time for a quick question, I think.
Last time I met you in Melbourne, you advocated the interaction between people to spread this message, to go forward.
Yes.
What I'd like to ask you is, you obviously have got an audience in things like the SIS and the New Mexico place that you talked about. Have you any interaction actually with the younger generation, say 11, 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds?
Yes.
Where you can interact at these events or such a time the same, so they can see how the grown-ups are thinking?
Yes. Well, just two examples. We had a teacher friend in Japan who was teaching at a school there to Japanese children who were learning English, and she knew of my work, and so I would speak to them on Skype. They would write their questions out and come up to the camera and ask their question politely, and then they projected me from Australia on a big screen, and I gave them an answer which I hoped was at their level and to hope to inspire them. So that was one of my little efforts. The other thing is that the Thunderbolts group are well aware of this problem of trying to involve younger people, and so for the last 2 years we have instituted a scholarship program. And one of those, they've been quite successful, by the way. One of the scholarship winners never went to university, but he's obviously a very bright fellow. He is now a laboratory manager. Another one has joined Jerry Pollack, Professor Jerry Pollack at the University of Washington, and working on this, the electrical nature of water in biology, which is fantastic work. Jerry Pollack is a big supporter of us, and we of him. So at the last meeting, I think we had about a dozen people, young people, and they seemed to have a great time. They were talking. They collared me many times in the corridor, and I'd get sore legs standing there talking to them. So there's definitely an interest out there, and we're doing everything we can to encourage it.
May I suggest you write a children's book on sort of like beginnings with that comes protons and go up through where the electric universe is?
Very good suggestion.
They're interested in it?
Yeah, I have. My plan is to write the complete electric universe, because I've never actually gone into all the corners that the EU has an impact.
May I encourage that?
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a little problem with the end of your presentation.
Yes.
When you said the title of Cardena's book was Flare Star, and at the time the Earth would have been within the outer globe surface of the great star.
Yes.
Now, if something flared, it would be out on the outer globe surface.
Not necessarily. No, the central object is the main charged object, the anode in the discharge, if you like. And if the disturbance is sufficient, the anode itself will disgorge material. And this appears to happen. Red stars have surprised astronomers by A, producing jets, and also strong X-ray outbursts and flares. None of these things are supposed to happen in a star that never quite made it.
The other point was, under that scenario, you can't have any ice on the surface. You can't have ice on the surface of the Earth.
No, if the...
Cardona seems to think you could.
Yes, he's got an interesting model, which I think is very inventive. As to whether it's correct or not, that's up for discussion. This is the fun of the discovery, of course, is people throwing objections, and then you've got to go away and think about it. You don't just dismiss these things out of hand. So he's made some good arguments. Yeah. And I think that happened actually after the split, the breakup, though.
So the surface of the ice is about thousands of years, whatever it is, that the sun was already influencing, and of course the heavy light of the glow of the inner part of the star is already.
Yes, yeah, yeah. That's a bit of a complicated question. I'd have to research it to give you a good answer.
I was also trying to get your gauge how long ago
I see.
the ice on the surface.
Yes, this is one of the questions he gets asked all the time, and all he can say is it's roughly coincides with the end of the last ice age, which of course is a bit of a circular argument. It's very hard to tell, of course, because our normal means of dating rocks and things is in question with all of this.
You would say that the ice acid base stage, perhaps the outer sphere.
I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to you about that. Yeah.
Wasn't Proto-Saturn supposed to have been a cathodic star?
The different.
Approaching the ananomic sun.
Yeah, the character of a body, whether it's an anode or a cathode, is entirely dependent on its environment. And in the case of the heliosphere, because the sun is a much more positively charged dynamic body than Proto-Saturn was, based on its brightness, then Proto-Saturn outside the heliosphere was a star, but as soon as it entered the heliosphere, it was suddenly negatively charged with respect to the sun. So it's always with respect to something. In that case, it switched from being a star to a comet, because the standard activity of a body that's approaching the sun that's negatively charged is to discharge as a comet. And I think that's what the origin of the polar column was, because we were sitting by then in the tail of this discharge. That's the most likely thing, I think. Yeah.
Degrees of relativity.
Yeah, when you say something is positive or negative, it has to be with respect to something, you know.
You mentioned at the beginning of your lecture about the Earth being within, if you like, the sphere of this star. And you also mentioned that there were lots of forests scattered all over the Earth.
Yeah.
The thing is, the atmosphere of the Earth would either had the carbon dioxide required for photosynthesis and the evolution of oxygen, and would not the atmosphere of the, if you like, the environment in which the Earth was placed have engulfed any atmosphere that might have existed?
The atmosphere of the Earth, we know, was different back then. There was much more oxygen, apparently, and presumably the carbon dioxide must have been there for whatever reason. Part of it due to the carbon compounds that we find on those bodies that are out there orbiting Saturn right now. Titan is a good example. And also Venus was born from Proto-Saturn. It too has an incredibly thick atmosphere, just like Titan, only of a different composition. And I've explained why there's a difference in one of my articles on my website. So it makes a coherent story, and it's also been predictive. I was the only one who predicted that what they would find beneath the clouds on Titan. I was the only one who predicted that the poles of Saturn would be found to be hot, although it had just come out of 14 years in darkness. All of these things are easy to predict from the new model, and the success rate has been what you would expect if we're on the right track.
The sun just dominates our sky as the source of light and warmth and life itself on Earth. And this preeminence of the sun is so clear and obvious that it remains a mystery why virtually every ancient culture insisted that before the present sun, there was a quite different luminary ruling the sky. The central sun, the superior sun, the best sun, the motionless sun. And all of these cultures, whatever may be the meaning of these traditions, are insisting that the sky has changed. Of course, our ideas about the sun have continually changed. Only a few centuries ago, the sun was a campfire or ember in the sky. Then, early in the 20th century, under the influence of gravitational theory, the sun was seen as a gravitationally collapsing nebular cloud. In the atomic age, astronomers began to visualize the sun in terms of a nuclear furnace hidden at its core. But now we're in the age of plasma science, with discoveries of the electric currents in space. And it's inconceivable that these discoveries would not change the picture of the sun again.
Plasma cosmologists have been able to demonstrate experimentally and also in the supercomputer that galaxies are an electrical phenomenon, which raises the question about stars, and in particular our own sun, which is the closest star to the Earth, of course. Any theory of the sun has to explain how it could continue to burn for billions of years, and also explain its present size based on its known mass. And of course, as soon as nuclear energy was discovered, it was grasped immediately as the energy source of the sun. But all of that assumes that the sun is disconnected and an isolated body, and that it must consume itself over its lifetime to provide the heat and light that we receive from it. But if the sun is connected to the rest of the galaxy in an electrical sense, it doesn't require to burn itself at all. And the energy that we receive is actually being received from the galaxy, and the sun is acting as a focus for that energy.
The sun is actually a fairly typical star. And so if we want to understand stars and cosmology, we really have to understand the sun. And the standard model of the sun, so-called, that astronomers are so very proud of these days, really doesn't explain very much about the sun. Why is there a corona in the first place? Everybody knows about the corona, the beautiful corona that we see during solar eclipses. Why is it there? It's clearly an electrical phenomenon.
One of the greatest puzzles about the sun has been, with a surface temperature of 6,000 degrees, high above that surface we have temperatures of millions of degrees. And the question has been, how do we get the energy from the center of the sun somehow past that surface to heat the upper atmosphere of the sun to millions of degrees? In the electric model, you don't have that problem, because if the energy is arriving from outside the sun, the first place you expect to see that energy expressed is above the sun in its tenuous atmosphere. And that is the place where particle acceleration occurs, and the apparent temperature goes very high indeed, up into the millions of degrees.
The fact that the particles in the solar wind accelerate, that is to say, increase their velocity with increasing distance away from the sun, the farther away they get, the faster they go. And the fact that those particles are indeed charged particles leads me, as an electrical engineer, to come to the immediate conclusion that this is an electrical process. In the solar model, think of the sun as being a positive anode, very high voltage body that obviously would emanate an electric field. And if you put a charged particle in an electric field, it will accelerate. That's the way we accelerate particles here on Earth. It's the way every physicist and electrodynamicist has ever increased the velocity of a charged particle, is put it in an electric field.
One of the features we observe on the sun, which have no business being there, according to the standard model, are sunspots. The most significant thing about a sunspot is the fact that the center of the sunspot is dark. And if the sun is trying to radiate energy from its core into space, we should expect that it is bright.
And if you think about that umbra, that darkest place in the center of sunspots, that's the place where we can see deepest into the sun. And just consider the fact that at that point where we can really see down into the sun, that's the absolute coldest place that we are able to measure. If the center of the sun is really a nuclear fusion furnace, it should be the hottest because we're closest to the source, and it's not the case. If you ask any astronomer, why are there sunspots? Why are the umbra dark? They will blame it on some sort of warped, twisted magnetic fields. They will say that it has to do with the solar dynamo, all of which lurk unseen like a big genie somewhere below the surface. These phenomena are only to be expected if the sun is electrical in nature. Astrophysicists make the claim that the solar fusion model has indeed been tested in the laboratory, and nothing really is further from the truth. Although each of the steps involved in the hydrogen to helium fusion reaction have indeed been verified experimentally, the overall experiment, the overall reaction, has never been produced in a continuous laboratory experiment. Continuous hydrogen to helium fusion has not been attained in the lab. The strength, in fact, of the electric cosmology is that indeed all of the mechanisms that the electrical people talk about have indeed been verified over decades, in fact, at least a century, in the laboratory. The plasma scaling is well known, and plasma and electrical experiments have verified every step of the way. There are any number of observations that are have ad hoc present explanations, but really have no explanation in the standard model, and are natural consequences of the electrical model. For example, heavy elements, the solar spectrum, the neutrino deficiency, the neutrino variability, solar atmosphere, differential rotation by latitude, differential rotation by depth, equatorial plasma torus, sunspots, sunspot migration, the sunspot penumbra, and the sunspot cycle itself. Magnetic field strength, the even magnetic field, helioseismology, the solar density, and the changing size. All of the observations that in that list are natural consequences of the electrical sun model. Standard astronomers tend to pass them off as being inconsequential difficulties that will eventually someday be solved. I maintain, and so do our colleagues here, that these are not inconsequential, but are rather death blows to the solar fusion model, because they are important. They're not secondary. They're primary falsifying observations for that failed nuclear fusion model.
What I find so fascinating about the electric model of the sun is not just that it's a challenge to long-standing theory, but that it opens the door to the ancient world, to an electric sky. The electromagnetic phenomena that we now observe on the surface of the sun and in the vicinity of the sun are direct pointers backwards to the plasma formations that were seen above the ancient sky worshippers. And yet now we know that the electric force is active from microcosm to macrocosm. And how many people here would want to defend the idea that spectacular structures in space of this sort can be reconstructed through Newton's gravitational equation? We honor pioneers such as Christian Birkeland and Hannes Alfvén, experimental pioneers in the role of electricity in space, and dozens of others could be mentioned. The key components of an electric universe paradigm are, first, electric currents across cosmic distances. That's across interstellar and intergalactic distances. Electric galaxy formation, electric star formation, electric sun and electrified heliosphere, electrical scarring of planets and moons, electric comets, that's comets plunging through the electric field of the sun to discharge electrically. The electricity of life, a huge new domain of investigation within the electric universe community today. The quantum role of the electric force, I know many people in the NPA are exploring this, and the connection to the underpinnings of gravity itself and the electrified ancient sky. That's my own field of concentrated study for decades, and I'm really not going to even touch that field here today, other than to say it does bring the electric universe with it. Now, I formulated what I call a core prediction of the electric universe, based simply on observation of what's in the science news these days. When we examine energetic events in space, we'll always find electromagnetic intensities far beyond the ability of prior theory to explain them. And we see this as science coming to the electric universe through the back door. It is not possible in the vacuum of space to create a magnetic field or to sustain a magnetic field.
in the absence of electric currents. We're talking about converging evidence, and we can bring the focus down to our own cosmic neighborhood and explore the sun. When the fundamentals of a theory are falsified by unexpected findings, a new vantage point is required, one that explains and predicts the surprises without introducing new contradictions. The conjectured Oort cloud freezer, forming and preserving comets for billions of years, is falsified by the Wild 2 findings. Only the diverse surface environments of rocky planets can provide the required raw material, and only the recent formation of comets can explain why these rapidly degraded objects are still with us. The bold question must now be asked: were comets created in recent periods of planetary instability and intense electrical events? Would minerals formed in liquid water then come as a surprise? Would comets now exhibiting no water be a surprise? Or crystalline structures suggesting igneous processes, or minerals pointing to the exceedingly high temperatures of lightning? A more unified picture of comet formation is available to us. And if comets were born electrically, what might the causative connection be to asteroids and meteorites, the apparent cousins of the comet? The Wild 2 mineral cubonite, a copper iron sulfide, is abundant on Earth and so too on Mars. In fact, it's found in Martian meteorites now known to have been blasted up to escape velocity from the surface of Mars, later to arrive at Earth. A few years ago, things now stated by astronomers would have been considered preposterous. Astronomers now acknowledge that the Martian moon Phobos, long called a captured asteroid, was formed out of material blasted from the Martian surface. For the source of a comet's constituent materials, planets close to the sun's habitable zone are the most reasonable places to look. The foremost candidate is the planet Mars. In this intellectual adventure, we must revisit all earlier ideas about solar system history. Evidence for high-energy electrical events can no longer be ignored. The popular billion-year scenarios describing a comet's origins will be displaced by things now established as fact. And the changing picture of solar system history will surely not stop at the new story of the comet.
Explained the white crown of Egypt and the rest of these things that he showed us, all from mythology, all from thousands of years ago. These things clearly were seen by civilizations that never talked to each other from the far corners of the earth. It all just clicked together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle in my mind.
A breakthrough for me came when I realized that many different cultures spread around the world use different words, different symbols, different myths to describe precisely the same formations in the sky. The Ouroboros, or celestial serpent biting its tail, for example, occurs on every habitable continent, but it has no ties to the world we now observe. Like all of the archetypes, it is part of an alien sky. A cosmic column rising to the center of the sky, holding aloft the wheel of heaven. And much more than a wheel, because this was the revolving cosmic temple, the city of the gods, the kingdom of heaven, always resting on the cosmic column. Then there's the image of the four rivers or pathways radiating from the center of the sky out to the boundary.
the rim of the wheel. The simplest forms lead you invariably to the full story of world mythology. The hero's journey unfolds as the story of the wheel's axle. The mother goddess finds her identity in the star at the summit, the hub and spokes of the wheel.
One of the most interesting phenomena in the sky is the so-called pulsar. A pulsar is an object that is observed to put out pulses, both of light and radio activity, RF, in the RF spectrum. And those pulses are extremely rapid. They are something like milliseconds apart. So it's like a extremely fast strobe light. And thinking of a strobe light, astronomers immediately leapt to the lighthouse kind of analogy. Something that must be spinning around, the beam is going around, and it's going around so quickly that this thing goes flash, flash, flash. Well, once the repetition rate of the pulsars was observed to get up to in the millisecond range, that meant that this star that was putting out this beam of radiation would have had to be rotating at 300 times a second. And 300 times a second, we're talking about the speed of a dentist drill. So the astronomers decided, well, normal stars couldn't possibly rotate at that speed, and so they postulated the existence of what they called a neutron star. A neutron star is a star that is so dense that it holds together so well that it can indeed rotate at the speed of a dentist's drill. Well, the problem is that in nuclear chemistry, we know that you can't pack neutrons together that densely. They will all fly apart instantaneously. There's a principle called the island of stability in nuclear chemistry that absolutely prevents that. So here again we have the standard astronomers or astrophysicists going directly against another well-developed science. In the electrical model, however, there's a very simple explanation for pulsars. Everybody is familiar with the idea that the pulses can travel back and forth on electrical transmission lines. Such uncontrolled pulses, for example, were responsible for the famous Northeast blackouts. A similar effect can occur between two binary stars connected by a plasma. The two binary stars act like capacitors that store charge. And if you reduce that in size to something you can produce in the laboratory, you can produce it in the laboratory, and it's called a relaxation oscillator. And electrical engineers use it and have used it for decades. The idea of producing pulses every few milliseconds is a sophomore level experiment in an electrical engineering laboratory. It doesn't require neutronium, strange matter, or any other fictitious device. All it requires is two capacitors, a battery, and a nonlinear resistor. And we maintain that that's exactly what a binary pair of stars connected by a plasma field presents. A typical ion in the solar wind, hydrogen nucleus, moving about 20 kilometers per second, which is relatively slow for the ions in the solar wind, in the magnetic field of the sun, experiences potentially magnetic forces that are something like 10 million times the strength of the gravitational force on that same ion from the sun. An interesting demonstration that illustrates very readily the relative strength of magnetic force and gravitational force is the simple idea of a ball bearing sitting on a wooden table. The entire mass of the Earth is pulling downward on that little ball bearing, and that's what prevents it from flying out into space. But a child can come along with a little horseshoe magnet and click, pick that ball bearing up instantly.
The space age presents us with an interesting paradox. The technology of science is really quite extraordinary, and technology has taken us out into space, taken us to the moon, taken probes to distant planets, opened up whole new vistas in remote space.
we've got a whole new universe, and theoreticians are still trying to look at it through, a friend of mine says they're peering through the wrong end of the telescope and telling us what they imagine they see.
Modern cosmology gives us a rather disconnected view of the universe. In other words, we are separated star from star by vast distances. Light takes a long time to travel between stars and across galaxies, and therefore we look upon ourselves as isolated and disconnected. The electric universe takes a different view. It says that we are a part of the sun's environment, electrical environment, and the sun is a part of the galactic environment, and the galaxy itself is strung, like all galaxies, on huge electric currents flowing through the universe.
One of the typical questions that plasma cosmologists hear all the time is, how do you know what's out there in space? How do you know there's electricity out there in space? Is there energy out there in space? Why should we consider anything more than gravity? And the answer is that through the years, we've used optical telescopes, but recently we have what are called radio telescopes, and we've broadened the spectrum that we can look at the sky with. And those radio telescopes can measure electric currents and magnetic fields, and we can determine from those measurements the strength of the electric currents, the strength of the forces involved, and the amount of energy that's stored out there in space.
The two major pillars of modern cosmology are based on the theories of relativity and quantum theory, and yet, as Einstein himself noted, the two are incompatible. And that may be because the theories of relativity deal with matter as if its only consequence is the bending of space. The electric universe, on the other hand, deals with the electrical structure of matter at the subatomic level and then works its way up through living systems, if you like, planets, stars, galaxies, and the entire universe, and shows that it is the electrical structure of matter that forms the amazing shapes we see in deep space.
The spicules of the sun have to be investigated from a new vantage point, and so much of this has to do with the interfacial dynamics of different plasma regions and charged particles being launched into higher regions and so on. And both Don Scott and Wal Thornhill place a great emphasis on the study of the spicule dynamics.
Mainstream theory regards the cause of such granulation to originate from convection columns emanating from the solar interior. Huygens was highly critical of the notion that violent convection, from an exploding nuclear core, can be observed in the photosphere of the sun.
Just imagine having to defend the idea that an infinitesimal speck inside that glow to the lower left is producing all of this. The truth is that if you had an electron microscope to look at this image at this scale, you would not see the black hole. And if the image that you did see was brought up and you had another electron microscope to look, you still wouldn't see the black hole. How did it happen that we became so confined theoretically that we are required to look inside that galactic core and ignore the charged particles that constitute a sea of plasma, filling this unbelievable volume of space? And it really is impossible to wrap our minds around that. It is shooting charged particles away from the black hole at the center of M87. It's important for everyone considering an electric universe paradigm to wrap their minds as best they can around the distance involved in these stupendous jets. I mean, how far does light travel in a second? 186,000 miles. How far does it travel in a year? It's something like 5.88 trillion miles. And that's a light year, of course. These distances are typically counted in parsecs. A parsec is 3.26 light years. This jet is 50,000 parsecs. And now it's measured electrically. Measurement of the electric current in a kiloparsec scale jet. Obtaining for the first time a direct determination of a galactic scale electric current 3 times 10 to the 18th amps. It's just unfathomable what is occurring across this unimaginable distance of vacuum in space. Our analysis strongly supports a model where the jet energy flow is mainly electromagnetic. There are no islands in space.
Since discovering Immanuel Velikovsky's work via Wallace Thornhill and the Electric Universe, more specifically his video Understanding Gravity, I think it was around June 2014, so I've been into this for 5 years now. Man, time really flies. Of course, I was expecting the usual, to be honest. Pretty much daily for a couple of years, all I ever saw on the side for suggestions. And, I would often peruse any video on space or history, come to think of it. I watched everything they had. Wall's video popped up one day. I don't know if there's a way they can rig videos to appear more often than others. I assume there is. They probably have a system, and systems can be manipulated. I don't know if they do that, but it's kind of funny that it took a couple of years for one Electric Universe video to pop up. Maybe it was just dumb luck. But I started watching the video, and I was in about 30 seconds after, he gets going. Big aficionados who have this ridiculous epicycle scam running on all of us, Once you get into the EU, then mainstream videos don't cut it no more, because you see right through it. It beats the heck out of me why people will reject it out of hand as a knee-jerk reaction. Defend it. When you watch an Electric Universe video, they just hit fact after fact, correct predictions. I haven't found one thing where they're wrong yet. I just really like it, and it changed my life. These guys are doing some really good work. Hopefully one day we can get this recognized as the mainstream science, and I'll tell you, it'll change the world. It'll change transportation, medicine, everything. The only thing that the mainstream big bangers have is insults. Or, they'll say something like being funny, like security, or call me a nut, or, that's really weak. But it's all they've got. They can't beat you with facts. Mainstream cosmology does not have one prediction to their credit. That's hard to believe, but it's true. Well, do it. Feel free to like, share, and comment, donate, and if you want, copy it. Spread the word, as people need to know this. This is important stuff. Okay, I'll see you next time. Take care.
still to feel juxtaposed. Like a dog at the start of the race, still trying to pull my chain. Don't you know it'll turn on its last day? Fishing